get in the back line, getting a lot of damage. They nearly got it. Then it's going to be all Creamy, the first one gone. And then they try to see if they can take down anyone else. They got themselves the red eyes, and even with the rekindling flame to bring back all Creamy, this is the big one. Hogran is here. He's ready for the slam in. The Angry Beast has decided to unleash with a Giga Train and taking down Axel as well.
Great mystical mirage as well to protect your team from that seismic slam, and Victory Road, they found the answer for the aggression Pineapple was showing them. Charizard back to the spawn room, and Victory Road will not budge. They know this lane is ours. Triad Blitz comes out, and that's a triple KO for Mew. Looking for more here on the side of Seasons as well. I mean, buddy, that's absolutely unbelievable. Ultimate has been proven to be defeatable. It took it 12 entire weeks. Oh, there goes the Infinite Cyburns. Has managed to find a couple of hits, and Buzzwole dives on in. They get hit in the face by the Venusaur, by a Starmie having to rethink their life choices, but they get back on in here. They do find the place again with the ultra slow slam, and they pick up Venusaur. Husky, 1 HP, and a dream for Fire Starmie with a double KO.
Nice pick up here. Midnight Star's committing it to win. We do see the winner come in, and the slam from Boss, who should pick out to Lucario. Oh, he lives! The Lucario lives! Eastman coming in, committing to the fight.
The power nap out from Snorlax here, and the mystical mirage came through as well as they rotate down here. Ultra slow slam from Buster manages to find the KO, and now they land onto the Blaziken. Cock slam crash comes out, the slow beam onto Dodrio. Oh, Niter, they're taking down Victory Road one by one. Verve Esports are climbing the proverbial mountain. It's going to be Rubble Rouser that comes out from Jirawe. Has to use the Midnight Slash on the side of Christo, and despite Alchemy using their Unite move, they don't come out on top. It's going to be a triple KO here for Jose. They look for more. The Zed getting so weak on the side of the Alchemy. See some more going into that top lane right now, though. This Talon Flame is being a bit of a nuisance for them. The Flame Sweep is going to come on through, and oh, baby, they clean up Azeri Esports. That's a triple. That is an almighty quad.
They're on Groudon, and even though they're on the other side, or it's going to be on the Eldegot to secure it. The enemies, they get it yet again, but then they get deleted.
13 weeks of non-stop action has all come down to this. 12 teams will compete. Only one can take it all. Welcome to the European League playoff. Kicking things off with the group stages on the 4th of October, teams have to fight for survival, with one squad being eliminated from each group. No rest for the survivors though, as playoffs start the very next day on the 5th of October. Teams will battle through a double elimination bracket continuing on the 11th and 12th of October. Finally, after overcoming mediocrity, 3 teams will be left standing for Championship Sunday on the 19th of October, with a shot at the title of the first ever EUL champion. So, let's see who has earned the right to fight this gauntlet. Ultimate have been the Goliath of 12 weeks of the league until finally Crash Out GG handed them their first L, showing the kink in the armour for the GOATs of the league. Mia Familia have been comfortably midfield for most of the league, although a complete change to their roster in the mid-season has seen them improve and take some big wins. Los Duros started the league with a 3-loss streak, but bounced back in the final half with some brilliant synergy play. Fast becoming a fan favourite team, Los Duros may be considered underdogs, but that's exactly how they like it. The enemies ended the standings with a very comfortable second place. This team has been dubbed the Silent Assassins, as they are just behind Ultimate in game wins. However, in the final week, they were handed a rather upsetting loss, so you can bet they will have both eyes set on making it to that final trophy battle. The Victory Road have found themselves in contention for top 4 throughout the whole of this league, often swapping places with other top teams as they each defeat each other. Slipping a little from form in the final weeks, they will be looking to bounce back big in the group and playoff stages. Shawarma Squad are a team that has struggled to find wins for most of the league, though the losses are often a Groudon flip or Ordino hit away from being a win. Up against the might of EUL in elimination games, will they be able to make it to Playoff Sunday? Verbs Esports are another team seen as underdogs, but after a huge upset against the Victory Road in Week 13, their stocks have shot up, and this squad could be one of the hardest to predict. Ghatlue Martin have been very comfortable for the majority of this league, only losing to other top teams and taking a game from Ultimate. They have been seen as the team that everybody compares themselves to. Crash Out GG are the only team to do what was considered the impossible, and they take the crown of being the ones to hand Ultimate their first and only L in the league. Their hunger, not satisfied though, will lead to a brilliant clash with anyone they come up against. Do You Like Pineapple have been one of the steady hands of EUL, being very consistent throughout until a surge of wins in the final weeks landed themselves 4th position in the standings. Where there is one, there will be another. Banana Peelers has a nearly identical record to Do You Like Pineapple, showing us the level of talent on show in this league. Azeri Esports rounds out the teams, coming from last place in the league, but much like other squads, many of their games came down to one final hit. They are fresh off a massive win against the enemies, giving them untold levels of confidence coming into these group stages. 12 teams come into the group stages, having to first survive against relentless competition to even make it to the playoff stages. 8 teams will remain as we delve deeper into a double elimination bracket, promising to show us the best of EU Pokemon Unite until eventually only 3 are left standing, each one eager for their shot at the coveted European League title. Forged in fire, for their team, for themselves, for glory. Join us on this journey as we find out who will be crowned the first EUL champions. Good afternoon, Europe, and welcome in. How are we all doing? It's time for the EUL playoffs. I'm Spartan Tano, joined by the incredible Husky Star. How are you doing today?
Hello, I am here, ready. I've taken a little bit of time off from EUL, so that trailer was awesome to see coming in here, just to see how far we've come since the beginning of this league. So I am super, super excited to dive into these playoffs.
That I am also, chat. They may not be on camera, but we have the one and only Ghatlue on the mic with us here today. How are you doing today, buddy? Yeah, if yesterday's games were anything to go by, today is going to be even better, chat. Let's see if we can get these group standings up to see where we ended up with in regards to our teams coming in today. There were some big upsets. It was absolutely amazing. So I cannot wait to see how these games today are going to shape on up. Just waiting for production to bring that through. But we did have a little bit of a talk, and the teams decided they didn't want any of this Mega Lucario action. Husky, what do you think about that?
Yeah, that makes sense, I think. That makes sense. I think that the implementation of Megas into this game has been a little bit, not necessarily controversial, but it's not as great as we would have liked to see, and Mega Lucario being our first example here, I think it kind of makes sense to just leave that thing in a league of its own for now. It's like we got rid of the EXs and then made a new one. So it's interesting for sure.
That is so true. I mean, I don't think chat can hear Ghatlue yet, so I'm just going to hold off going to them until they can actually hear you, Ghatlue. Apologies, buddy, but I wanted the Mega Lucario just so I could have a little bit of a rant, because, yeah, I know it's very strong, but I'm still so salty about how they've introduced these Megas, because they could be so much better, in my opinion, but it does look really cool. I'll give them that. Here we go. I believe we're bringing up the standings that we ended up with for how people got into these groups, and as you can see, Ultimate and the enemies kind of ran away with it. Ghatlue Martin managed to catch up, but we casted plenty of these games, Husky, and Ultimate were just so incredible.
Yeah, I was so shocked to hear of Ultimate ending up losing one of those sets. That was such a big upset, and I think that nobody was expecting it, but that just makes it so much more exciting for us, and I feel like it gives these teams even more momentum. Like, wow, this unstoppable team can actually be beaten. We just have to figure out where their weak points are, and there's so much competition in these top teams.
What I love so much, and I cannot wait to see today, is that some of these teams over on that other side, Verbs Esports, Azeri Esports, got some massive wins. So Crash Out GG defeated Ultimate. They were the ones that gave them the L in their set, the only ones to do so. But guess who defeated Crash Out GG yesterday? It was Verbs Esports who sent Crash Out GG out of the tournament. They're not able to go through to the playoffs because of that. And they also managed to defeat a huge team on the back of it. They defeated the Victory Road in week 13. So a team like Verbs Esports that we can see here, Husky, in 11th place, these past 2 weeks, they have absolutely dominated.
Yeah, it seems like they've really found their footing here, and I feel like these playoffs, like, for a while it did just seem like we've got our top teams and we've got our not-so-top teams, but they have really started to shape up in that lower half of the standings that we can see on screen here. It is gonna be such an interesting couple of weeks of these playoffs, I think.
Oh god, it's like this is what we've all been waiting for. The playoffs are kicking off today, and then we will have them continuing next week before we have the grand finals on the 19th of October. It's going to be insanely hype, and the way that this has been going, I honestly cannot predict who is going to end up in that grand finals, because Ultimate were pushed to the wire yesterday as well. It wasn't a clean 2-0 victory that we expect to see from them.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Let's look at our playoff schedule here. For today, we're going to see 4 sets, and these are going to be some really interesting ones. The Ultimate versus the Victory Road, 2 teams that we know of, have been watching this entire time. Ultimate being the favorites of this entire tournament, but we've seen that they can be beaten. Banana Peelers versus Verbs Esports is currently the one that I'm most excited to see, just because these 2 teams, I feel like, have really kind of found their footing over the last couple of weeks of the tournament. And we have the Enemies versus Los Doros. Los Doros, another team that's really kind of come out of the woodwork here. And then Cafe du Matin and Do You Like Pineapple, 2 other teams that are pretty close to each other in terms of record and how they've been performing, especially over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible set of games, and as we talk about them, let's get ready for this next game. It's going to be Cafe du Matin versus Do You Like Pineapple that are going to be coming up first. A game that's probably very difficult to predict. We'll just quickly go through their profiles, and of course, everybody has seen them. They are fan favorites: Cascade, Mbappe, Fizzy, Azalito, and Voxshow round it out here for Cafe du Matin. An extremely strong team, a team that other teams that aren't Ultimate compare themselves against.
Yeah, this team has been such a fun one to watch. I feel like they've got their really, really good games where it looks like they're absolutely unstoppable, and then it feels like sometimes they're just not on, but when this team is on, they are absolutely on.
Let's have a look at our next competitors for them. It's going to be Do You Like Pineapple taking them on as well. And this team from the get-go have been a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to be on Faya Sky Ruins. We'll get that up very shortly because we also have an interview that we want to do before we kick off into these games chat. So we're getting through this as fast as we possibly can. Looking at Do You Like Pineapple here, Daddy Leon, Skull TT Bone, Nils, Vidapig, and Beach. A very exciting team with individual players being extremely strong. Vidapig, she's one of my favorite supports that we see in this league at the moment. Daddy Leon is just unbreakable.
Yeah, they're so much fun to watch. This is one of the teams that I feel like they've got a different strategy every single game. They're the team that I feel like is trying out different play styles, and you can't really pin them down as to what exactly their plan is going to be from game to game, which makes them so dynamic and so interesting.
Whilst we get this interview ready, I think we might have Ghatlue back. Are you with us, buddy?
Yeah, I think you can hear me now, hopefully.
We can. We'll see if chat can.
Yeah, that's what we'll see. But Ghatlue, these are the 2 teams that are playing in this one. Just give us a quick opinion from yourselves on how these guys have been doing.
So I think that both teams are like very strong individually, and I think that specifically the team with Daddy Leon. He's a very experimentative guy that is like cooking a lot, so I'm excited to see what he brings up to this match. But I believe like Mbappe from the other side, like Cafe de Martin also is a really strong player. So I'm looking forward to see both of these players play and lead their teams, because I believe they are really strong individually, and I think they are really good at carrying and leading the team.
Yeah, it's going to be a really hyped one. I believe we have an interview ready. Fizzy and Leon are going to be joining us. Let's see if they can hear us. Are you there, peeps? No. Okay. We got confirmation. They're not there just yet.
No.
We are. We've got a lot of action to bring you, chat, so we're trying to get through this as quick as we can, because these teams, it's best of threes across the board, but it would not surprise me if every single one of these games go to a third game here, Husky.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, oh yeah, we've got like a couple sets to cover today. It's like Sunday. It just is noon for me on Sunday, so I'm like, I've got all this time in the afternoon, but I have a feeling that I'm not going to end up with a ton of time this afternoon based on how competitive these sets are going to be.
All right, we are ready to go for interview. We have Fizzy and Leon with us. Hello, everybody. How are you doing, both?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello,
Yes. I can.
Oh, crazy. Hi.
Oh, you can? I can't hear them. Okay,
I can.
Husky, take on over.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna translate, I guess. Tano's been having trouble with the vMix and being able to hear like production, but I can. So I am the oracle. How are you both doing today?
I'm fine. Playing, I don't think
Like,
I
I'm
was
doing
thinking
fine.
I was
I'm
playing
happy.
today, but
I might
Cafe
play
Matin need a sub to
we got
play,
good
so I'm
opponents.
here.
We got our picks prepared and see what we got.
Can you guys hear each other?
No,
No, I can't hear him.
no, we can't.
Okay, because they can't hear each other, guys. So you guys just talked over each other for like 30 seconds. So I didn't catch any of that. What do I do here? Let's go with Fizzy first. How about you give me that? Can they not hear now? Okay, ask them individually, please. Let's.
Okay.
Okay, Fizzy first. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Like I was not thinking I was playing today, but Café du Matin needed a sub for today, so I'm here to play.
Okay, so they said they're feeling pretty good. They're excited to play. Great. Pretty good translation on my part to the people that get here. Leon, what about you?
Hi. I'm also happy to play. I'm very hyped. I think we got one of the better opponents in the bracket left, and we have to give it our all.
Yeah, he said we are very hyped and got one of the better opponents to face in the bracket today, so it's going to be interesting. Tano, do you want to ask a question and I'll relay back to you what they say?
I mean, I was trying to listen to stream to see like what was being said, but then I got hit with a massive ad. So unfortunately, it didn't work for me. But yeah, I want to know. They obviously know the kind of plan, the route that they could take. And, you know, Ultimate, they probably won't come up against them until they hit the winner finals. But out of the four that they're in this line with, who is the biggest team that they want to come up against and really take the battle to?
Okay, so I have lost my connection now.
Mine is frozen. I can hear you guys.
Okay.
But
I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't have connection anymore, but I don't know if they can hear or what. So we'll see. I
can
guess.
hear everyone.
I don't know what to do.
I can hear everyone too.
The internet do be doing us in today.
I thought it was me again, and it's not. At least it's not me. At least it's not.
Yeah,
my
we got
fault.
a big screen as well.
Chat,
Yeah.
can you hear us?
Chat. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's just frozen on a really bad image of my face.
I don't think it's that bad. It looks like you're trying to do some sign language.
They can hear us. They can.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, are we back?
I think so. Hello, chat. Hopefully you can see us and hear us. I can. Ghatlue, let's hope that they can hear you too, buddy.
I got frozen on the worst possible, but I think that we're good.
Yeah, for me, I can see them. I mean, like, I can see you guys again, and I cannot see you.
It's not easy to hunt down this Sableye, chat. We're trying, trust me. We're trying our very best to get it out of the system. I think we may have lost our interviewees, unless... can you hear the Muskie? Interviewees, are you here? Fizzy, Leon, hello.
No, I can't hear them.
Okay. I think they may have gone, which is valid, to be fair. All right.
They're like, nah, screw it.
You know what? We're locking in. We're good. Let's see. Hopefully, I'm just waiting to see if stream confirms that they can hear us and that everything's good, and then hopefully we can crack on with this game.
Yeah, I guess you can't have... Maybe this is like the start of the stream. We were like getting ready a little bit early and everything. I think it's just like the start of the stream is the only tech hiccup that we have today, which would be fantastic. But it does look like we are pulling up our game here, Tano. Or it's a black screen.
Well, we will get our game once we fish it out of the dark dimension and get it on the screen. Oh, we're back. Hello. Alrighty, we're getting there, chat. We're getting there. Please do just bear with us. We will get all this action ready for you to go. We're just teasing you. That's all it is. We're just trying to tease you so that you get even more hyped for these games.
Yeah, we're trying to make you feel like a little bit excited and then pulling it back so that like you can't actually expect anything. It's a manipulative tactic to get you to keep coming back here.
Yeah, and yeah, it works. Tell you what, Ghatlue, why don't you tell us about your experiences coming back to the game? Because I know you were away for a little while doing your exams and stuff. Give us your experience about coming back.
I mean, it has been a wonderful experience. Like, I actually really enjoyed the new mechanics of Groudon and the new map changes. So I look really forward to like do my first analysis part on the new map as well, from exciting teams from Europe. So I think I'm mostly excited about the draft, which is happening right now. And I was like thinking, like, what will they ban? Like, Blastoise was really popular in Japan, so it's very exciting to see a Blastoise ban. What do you guys think?
It definitely is. I saw yesterday quite a lot of Blastoise coming out and being played, so it really doesn't surprise me here. It's interesting though, because in the weeks leading up to it, we weren't seeing much Blastoise, so it's crazy how all of a sudden you just see it, Husky.
Yeah, I know. I am a certified Blastoise hater, generally, unless it's being played actually as the defender. I hate when it's like a top laner or something. It annoys me. I don't know why at this point. I just feel like I've committed myself to disliking it. So it is surprising to see it being banned, because it's not something that we see being picked up a lot, at least in the NA games that I'm used to watching. So that's going to be interesting. Not surprised to see Empoleon Suicune banned. Palmot as well, another one that's been buffed and is pretty good. I'm a little surprised to see it actually being ban prioritized, but you know, I guess it could be very good.
Ghatlue, tell us about this Venusaur, because we've seen it since the new season came out and since it got the buff. Both builds are pretty broken on it at the moment, and it feels like you have to use so many resources to take down a Petal Dance Venusaur.
Yeah, I think like Venusaur has always been very strong. The 40% damage reduction from Giga Drain in the past has been kind of overlooked because of the way the game worked. But I feel like Venusaur or scaling characters like Delphox benefit from the new map because there's more farm to play around. There's already Drago. There's so many things going on. You can't just like take some of the farm and then abuse the early game characters. So I'm very excited to see how both teams gonna play, because they obviously know that they are playing scaling characters. So on the right side we see Leafeon trying to enable the Venusaur. On the left side we see the Absol trying to enable the Delphox. They do have a Delphox Umbreon lane, which is kinda sus. So I will be expecting the bot lane from the right side to win. While on top lane, Zacian Hoopa is one of the strongest early game characters in the game. While the Buzzword does have a Blizzy in their pocket, Blizzy's early game compared to them, their early game is not that great. So very excited to see how early game plays, because I think this is going to be one of the most important things to look at in the game, since you have scaling characters that need to come to the late game.
I tell you what, as well, Husky, we've got 2 rainbow comps to kick things off here. We never see that in Pokemon Unite anymore.
Yes, the way Arceus originally intended the game to be. I love this Delphox pick, and I've seen it do really, really well. And I think that into a Petal Dance Venusaur, it could be really good. Not positive. I assume we will see Petal Dance, but it could also be Solar Beam with the way that the items were set up, just for a little bit more range. But either way, that's a lot of healing reduction coming down from that Delphox.
That it is. Here we go, chat. This is going to be the quarterfinals. Cafe de Martin versus Pineapple. And not really any surprises as we kick things off. It is going to be the Speedsters taking the central area.
Yeah, the Absol coming out at level 5, and the Leafeon could potentially go for an early jungle gank. It's something that we see a lot with Leafeon because it gets that level 4 so quickly, and then Absol takes just a little bit longer to get the experience needed to reach level 5 and unlock its first move. In the bottom path, though, we are seeing what Ghatlue predicted so far, a little bit of a rougher start for this Umbreon Delphox.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of taking that Delphox into the bottom lane, or any lane, to be honest, but you do want to give your experience to your Speedster as much as possible. Maybe they'll rotate it in later. I just think it's so difficult because its secure isn't the best either, especially against that Dwebble, but Voxo putting in a good effort to take some of that away from Pineapple.
Here comes Absol with a Pursuit as well. I wasn't sure if we were going to see Pursuit or Night Slash. I personally love the Pursuit build. I just think it's so much fun, but I have seen teams go with the Night Slash. So 3v3 in this top path, looking for the birds.
Here comes the clash, ready to go on the side of the Zacian. Managed to grab most of that is Cafe de Martin, but Pineapple manages to grab the Zacian themselves, and Nils brings down the Thunder as they get a KO. And now these points can just rain on in as Bida tries to take all the damage to themselves.
And here comes Voxo as well up into the top path trying to catch somebody, but very smart retreat here from Pineapple. They saw the hyperspace highway immediately come down, and they were like, yeah, no, we'll just back out. We're not going to try to fight against this Umbreon, which is a foul play Umbreon as well. I do love the foul play recently did get nerfed, but it is a little bit surprising to see it when you've got a Leafeon and a lot of mobility on the other side.
A little bit of audaciousness coming out from Showmakers there, trying to go into the central area of Pineapple on that Braxton when you've got a Leafeon making that rotation. Nils is just pummeling them in the top lane right now. Does have 2 of them against it, though. It's going to be hard because Cascade has hit that level 5. But the Regidrago is going to be completely uncontested here as Pineapple take it.
Yeah, wow, and look, we do have a Solar Beam on this Venusaur, so it does outrange what the Delphox can do, and that's a ton of poke damage, and it's going to be up to this Umbreon and the Hoopa to be able to heal them up, and I don't know, actually, if this Umbreon is going to be Wish or if it's going to be Snarl, but you could see a number of different things as Absol comes in with a big Psycho Cut to try to start things off, but has to back up.
That's the power of Pursuit, the way that you can just get away and just, you think that you've escaped or you think you've got away from the Absol, and then it can return and just bite you in one. Right now, they're just being a bit cautious of each other, leaving the all-rounders in that top lane just to fight it on out. First objectives about to spawn on in. Pineapple are hoping this is a bottom Reggie buff that they can take. They've got good positioning here, Husky.
Zacian scrapping with the Buzzwole up in the top path. We did see the Buzzwole lose its focus fan, but nobody has gone down quite yet. Regirock being chipped here. The Solar Beam comes out just a little bit early, but still able to get the secure. Everybody from Cafe has gone up into the top path, realizing that it's not likely they're going to out-secure that Venusaur.
I like that response. You try and alleviate the pressure that Pineapple are bringing to you in this bottom lane by trying to get something in this top side. They take the Regieleki. I would want them to push this goal right now, and it seems a couple of them are at least going to show face to it, knowing Pineapple are continuing to push down there. And there you go. They've managed to at least respond to what Pineapple were doing.
Yeah, Blissey putting a couple of points in onto the tier 2 goal zone to give Pineapple a pretty convincing early game lead, which honestly, that's what I would expect at this point. You've got a Buzzwole, you've got a Crustle and Leafeon, all that come online really early. Meanwhile, this Delphox has not been able to scale just yet, as Absol is caught here. Big Solar Beam will take down the Zacian with the help of that Leafeon, and now Pineapple gonna continue to push into this top path.
Oh, this is working so well for them as well. They're going to get plenty of points in here. They break that goal. The way that they're rotating as a 5 right now is making it a little bit unattainable for Cafe de Martin to win any fight that they take, because you called it. We still need more experience on the Umbreon, on the Delphox, so they're trying to do that at the moment, and Pineapple are capitalizing on the fact that they're broken up.
Yeah, and I love this Crustle pick right here. Look at it coming in with the big Rock Tomb to back up the Buzzwole, traps the Umbreon. Not enough time on that hyperspace hole. Zacian tries to come in with a big Emerald 2-step though. Will take down the Absol, and the Zacian Pineapple is starting to roll over this Cafe du Matin team.
Oh, that was a big 2-bomb there. We got the Emerald 2-step and the Bliss Assistance coming through, and they score some points into this T2 pad. We do see the Moonlight Prance coming out from Voxshow, trying to just defend this at least and push them away. We might be able to get a KO onto Nils here, and they do. That's massive. They're level 11, the highest on the side of Pineapple alongside others. So that is huge for Cafe du Matin to find.
Definitely a big pickup there to take down that Buzzwole, and I think Pineapple just kind of realized they weren't going to be able to get out without giving up somebody, and I guess only getting one is better than getting everybody. But down to this bottom path, second Regirock of the game, and now we have Voxshow trying to zone out. This Venusaur does get a Unite move off the big Solar Beam, though not in time. Zacian will take that one for Cafe.
It was brilliantly timed, though, unfortunate, but there he is going to go over to the Zacian. But right now, 252 points to 105. Pineapple have control of Faya Sky Ruins. Cafe du Matin want to try and see if they can grab their experience. Pineapple are going to try and sneak it away, whilst they go for a rotation up to the top side. And if you get both of these objectives, that's going to be pretty huge for your team.
And Leafeon here, level 12. Venusaur and Buzzwole also just ticking into level 12. No level 12s quite yet on Cafe du Matin. So Pineapple definitely has a bit of an advantage. Absol, though, wants to see if they can catch somebody with a big jump in. They will get Biter. And the Rings Unbound come out, Tano.
Oh, they pop in everything here. The resources are being used, trying to see if they can win this business agreement. They do end up going against the Leafeon Emerald 2-step in response. They don't find the KO, and they go back in. Oh, Skull, I'm not sure that was the move, as they do get KO'd. Very weak here on the side of Showmaker, but they're going to go back in that portal, trying to lock in the Regieleki. Verdant Anger's going to be popped by Daddy Leon with a beam to boot, but doesn't find any KOs and goes on the retreat.
That was a fantastic beam. Did not completely get the Delphox, but to be fair, they had just come out of a hyperspace hole to completely heal up, and Venusaur very well timed on that beam to just obliterate their health. But I do want to point out with Cafe, they went on a great offensive right there to start off that engagement, and that was exactly what they needed, because now they've got that level 13 Absol getting close to level 13s on those other two carries as well, and I think Pineapple just was not expecting them to come out swinging that hard at this point in the game.
The thing that's the most important for me right now, as we're just about to take Groudon on the field, is there is still a T1 goal up for Pineapple. And the thing is, with the way that this game acts now, it's not just you need to quickly go and score, because you can be interrupted, which means these T1 goals, they're even more important to defend, and it makes them a lot easier for you to get those Hundo Burgers in.
Look at this Delphox skating down on this Crustle to get those, practically get resets on the Mystical Fire Flame Charge. And this could be a little bit dangerous if they don't catch this Delphox early. I imagine that's what the Leafeon will want to do. Big Solar Beam susses out that Zashi, and they will have to reset right here. Pineapple does seem to have the positional advantage here as Groudon is getting ready to spawn. But just like you said, they have to watch that tier 1 goal zone. We see Absol circling around that bottom path, looking for an opportunity to potentially score. But I believe Leafeon has at least found where they are, has to force them back.
It's all about vision at the moment, seeing where the other team is. Pineapple feels like they've got control over it. Being a bit wary of their own tier 2 as well. Buzzwole is back there in the central area, waiting to see if anybody makes that approach. Difficulty is, there's not really ranged attack on the side of Cafe du Martin, because if you do want to do that with the Delphox, you're going to have to dash in and dash back out. Whereas the Venusaur's got beams all day long, Husky. They can sit in any bush they want and put some damage onto Cafe du Martin.
Oh yeah, at level 14, doesn't even have a blue buff, but still that cooldown is very, very low. So the Hoopa's going to have to keep using those hyperspace holes, and then Pineapple knows exactly where they are because you can see where those hyperspace holes are. Buzzwole, though, starting to chip on Groudon, looking to bait in Cafe du Martin, trying to get an opportunity to engage here. Does get stunned, and here comes the eject button.
Oh, I was waiting for it. Nils uses the eject button, and all the Unite moves are going to be popped off. Emerald two-step there, trying to see if they can find the Hooper. Blissey is there to provide the healing, though. Bliss assistance came through, and that kept Pineapple on their feet. And all of a sudden, the Verdant Anger obliterates Cafe du Martin with their beams. And it's a complete ace as Pineapple clean up Fate Sky Ruins.
They did not do anything to that Venusaur, just raining down solar beams in the back line. And though they were able to pick up that Buzzwole, turns out the Buzzwole was just a distraction, Tano. The beams bringing the 3 KO streak to end out game number 1. We see the GG from Cafe du Martin. And look at the records on this team. You would think that Cafe du Martin is it has the advantage going into this set based on their records alone, but Pineapple coming out with a very strong game number 1.
Oh, this is the European League, baby. I absolutely love the action that we see. Ghatlue, it felt like there was so much patience between those two teams, and then they went 0 to 60 quicker than a Bugatti Veyron. It all exploded in an instant.
Yeah, I think that Pineapple had to make the choice to engage because they have the registered, so it might run out before they even fight. So this is what Niels decided to go on. However, I believe that the engage wasn't necessary, since you are in a winning position and it's a Groudon buff. So even if they get the Groudon buff from 2 players, they will still lose the game, because I think the main objective is to when you are ahead, to execute enemies rather than focusing on the Groudon necessarily, especially when you're in a winning position. However, because he engaged, everyone was focusing or fixated on him, so the Venusaur was just able to do tons of work. So there's always 2 sides of the story. So we're played by Pineapple.
I think that's my favorite thing about this new Groudon Husky is the fact that we're going away from, oh, you need to get the secure and go and instantly score, to you need to take the team fight now. You need to find the KOs before you can even look realistically at going for scores. It just makes it even more exciting for casters and viewers, really.
Yeah, I think that it is just even more on the team behind to have to make a decision there, because you really don't need the Groudon. It can be a really important win condition, but you really don't need it. You do have to win that team fight. So I do agree with Ghatlue that maybe you wouldn't expect to see an engagement there, but I think Nils really trusted that backline and a level 14 Solar Beam at that point in the game is going to just obliterate everything. And though there was a lot of damage coming down from Cafe du Martin, you had Delphox to potentially go for 1v1s on some of these tankier targets. You had the Hoopa with the Rings Unbound. I think that they just weren't expecting the amount of damage to come down from that Venusaur. And Beach's Crustle and, of course, Biter on the Blissey were so protective of the Venusaur throughout the entire time. They were like, yeah, we're not really worried about what happens to Buzzwole and Leafeon. We're just going to protect this Venusaur because we know that they don't have anything that can really match the firepower of this Solar Beam. And I just, I always love to give the flowers to the support and defender players because of their positioning and Biter Unite moved on the Umbreon, which is not something you would, usually expect to see them go in on that Buzzwole. They were like, no, we'll just wait. We'll let the Buzzwole get taken down, and we'll just go for the Umbreon to make sure that we can, or Blissey Unite move the cross, so like we can continue to make sure that this Venusaur is protected.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. Pineapple are going to take game 1 here. This is a best of 3 chat. So Cafe de Martin, they have to win this if they don't want to end up down in that lower bracket. And we know, don't we, Ghatlue, when you are running a tournament, you want to stay up in that winner's bracket as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, I believe that, I'm not sure, like the bands are kind of sus. I know that they are playing Machamp a lot, Pineapple. Like, I think Palmod is not as strong as people believe it is. Like, I think Dojo is very good into the Pokemon. It has tools to engage in, like, one-shot enemies, but the more I played against it, the more I felt like it's not a necessary ban. Obviously, Empoleon and Suicune are one of the strongest bans. I believe that even if you are, like, great on Palmod, it's not, like, the meta. I don't know, what do you guys think on it?
I have been playing it a little bit, and... I like it. I'm not an all-rounder guy myself, but I do like Palmot. I just think that it's samey. I've been saying this, like, it's just kind of the same as other all-rounders. Like, you could just run Blaziken, you could just run Lucario. Like, there are other options that do kind of the exact same thing. I think it's pretty strong, and I'm not sure if Pineapple explicitly has been running it, but we kind of saw it banned a little bit in NA the past couple Underdunks that we've had, which is really kind of my only glimpse into the competitive meta besides this at the moment. And Palma just doesn't seem to really be coming out.
No, my opinion of it is, other than the Unite move, I'm not that. I think it's just average, to be honest. Like, it's not bad in any way, shape, or form. It's good. But the Unite move is good for engagements. And outside of that, I'm with you. Another all-rounder would probably fill that role very well. Cafe de Martin here are going double ranged attackers. And this is going to be interesting because the rip capability that they have, at least in the late game, is going to be pretty off their wall. But Ghatlue, Skull has picked up a Leafeon, the perfect opponent for those 2 ranged attackers.
Yeah, I believe that Leafeon is like such a strong early game. I think Leafeon is always good. It depends on the early game. And Pineapple showcased Leafeon's early game strength by ganking top lane, getting the Buzzwole ahead. So I'm excited to see how the Leafeon is going to be played out, because I believe that Leafeon is going to fall off in the late game against an enemy composition like that, because it's very hard to like fight an initial engage. However, they don't have a support, so if Leafeon is able to distract them a lot, that's like, I really like the Venusaur pick, because they need a carry. They don't have a lot of damage. You saw it from like Reject in the World Championship where they played Blastoise Leafeon compositions for Lucario, but I'm not the biggest fan. I like having a hyper carry when I have a Speedster in my jungle. So I believe that the Venusaur is gonna run it up. However, we do have a like Blue Urshifu. Since he's running the fully, I'm assuming he's playing Blue Urshifu. And I think I'm excited just to see how much the Latios can like threaten the enemy team.
Yeah, I think this Latios is interesting. It got some nerfs, but I think it's doing pretty well. This is like the only Pokemon that I'm sitting above like a 70% win rate on with a ribbon, because like it was just that broken when it first came out. But I still think it's very, very strong. And a late game Latios, if they do give it the stacks of the passive that it needs, it can one-shot that Venusaur in the back line. So instead of running like a speedster like Absol to try to get back there, because the Venusaur was so insulated in the last game, if you just hit one Dragon Pulse in that final fight, that could be what you need to defend against it. And I did, and what Ghatlue said about the Leafeon being in the central area, that can really help the Venusaur scale like we saw in that last game. So this is looking pretty interesting heading into game number 2.
Well, let's see if Cafe de Martin can do it here and bring us to a game 3. If they don't, they are going to be saying hello to their lower bracket. Pineapple want to continue that success. There isn't a Shifu in the jungle. It doesn't look like we're getting any invade, although I see the Blissey. I see the Blissey now, Husky.
Yeah, it is going to go in there. It's pretty easy to invade it against a Kung Fu because it doesn't have the best secure. Biter going to be looking for this blue buff. They will get it. Immediately pops the X speed. No help from Cafe de Martin. They don't want to lose these early lanes, so instead they're just going to let Biter do what she wants to do.
The difficulty is, if you get that red aura, that is going to be massive. If they can limit the Urshifu, it's going to be difficult to do so. That they take it as well. Oh my god! And now they come into the lane with the Leafeon and Squirtle already pushing the goal, and Bida hits Blissey nice and early.
Wow, and we didn't see it, but Latios also went down to that Leafeon coming in for the early gank. It is stacking an attack weight, so we are seeing it drop in just 1 point there, but that still counts as a stack. Latios trying to get some secures, and they will get, I believe, one of those not-twos, but Leafeon grabbing the other two as the birds now spawning up here in this top half.
Yeah, they're finding it very difficult to handle the early game that Pineapple is bringing them. We did see Urshifu moving on over. Showmaker goes and grabs a little bit of central area away from Pineapple, so at least now Blue Bear is on the field with 30 seconds out before Regidrago comes in. Biden just wants to constantly be a nuisance to Showmaker here.
I love seeing a double buff sitting on the support player right there. And she's also going to go back in, X-Speed, into the central area, try to prevent the Urshifu from the counter invade. But that's a great play here from Cafe. They will take down the opposing central area Pokemon.
Looks like they're going to get out as well. That's the power of those surging fists, just kicking yourself away. So Pineapple have to kind of look at it and be like, yes, we've lost that central area. The Shifu's back online, but we've done what we need to do. Let's get ready for this Regidrago coming in. They have to back on up to their pad here in the bottom lane. That is the power of an enhanced charge beam. It's so difficult to handle as Cafe Martin make this rotation. Of course, the Regidrago always rotates into the bottom lane now. We do see this Leafeon trying to stay on the outskirts, see if they can get in and get a good Razor Leaf onto it, but a massive block by Voxo stops anything coming in as Cathy Dumartin get that secure.
Great call to give it over to the Latios as well, just to get a little bit of extra stacks of Eon power where you can. Now actually four members of Cafe working up into this top path, trying to defend is just the War Turtle. Pineapple is going to kind of let that go, look for some opportunities to score in the bottom path.
This is why I love these two teams so much. They recognize when one team has an advantage, they need to do something to alleviate it. Cathy Dumartin push this lane, knowing that there's only one person up here, and Pineapple do the opposite, knowing that they're going to go score points. So they still have the lead here. They've left Voxo to defend this goal and wait and cause some disruption whilst the Urshifu rotates down. The rip on the Regieleki is here. We've got some zoning coming in from Beach, but they recognize the rest of Cathy Dumartin is showing up, so they need to get back to where this Venusaur currently is. There goes the Sludge ready to go, and we do have the Unite move coming out from the Urshifu. Emerald two-step comes through as well. Snorlax is sent back to the Pokemon Center. Verdant Anger onto the face of the Jet 2 Holiday, but they still get away. Big Fiend takes down the bear, and Pineapple do come out pretty rosy, but they lose the Regieleki for their efforts.
I mean, they get the Urshifu, but they just could not find a way in. Fantastic zoning from that Trevenant especially, and Latios was able to take down the Regieleki. Doesn't look like Cafe Dumartin has the opportunity to push, though. Just a couple more stacks from Cascade are going to come down, but it looks like they are just going to back up. Nope, never mind! Looks like Snorlax wants to go in. They will be punished for it, though.
Oh, they were feeling it. They were feeling feisty. They want to go on in, but they do get KO'd. And now Pineapple, they feel it themselves. Looks like they wanted to make an approach, but recognize, you know what? With Fizzy being back, I think we'll get away from that as Beach goes on the retreat. Top lane, though, quick rotation coming out from Cafe Dumartin here as we see Cascade rotating up, looking to see if they can cut down this Leafeon, but such a hard Pokemon to catch. Blastoise takes all the damage instead.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much of Blastoise yet, but that's because it does scale pretty slowly. But now that it's at that level 9, we could see go in here. Tana Regice getting very, very low. The Hydro Typhoon comes out! What a secure there from this Blastoise. As the #1 Blastoise hater, I do have to say that was impressive.
Hey, it's respect where respect is due. Nils with an absolute lock in there, and that's just given Pineapple all the advantage that they need. The Eon Blast comes through, and it does find home as Blastoise is sent packing. But hey, they did what they needed to do, Husky. They lock in that objective, and plenty of points rain through as well.
I mean, you see the little triangle appear on you and you're low health. It's just kind of over. There's nothing really you could do. It is a sure hit Unite move, and just kind of goodbye there. It's like, well, I accept it. We didn't want to make sure that Eon Blast doesn't actually hit anybody else. But, I mean, the Blastoise still got a great secure there on that Regice with the Hydro Typhoon. They get punished for it, but Cafe Dumartin hanging in there while Pineapple leads by a little less than 100 points, about 50-point lead. Exactly 50-point lead for them here as Regieleki spawns again in this basement path.
See if they're going to be able to get it here. The zone is already coming out from Captain Martin. A huge beam, but the eject button is used. Cascade manages to get away from it, and there we go. Mammoth Mash paired with the power nap. They're just going to battle it on out whilst they try and continue to zone on through. Nils is here, ready to get in with the spin, looking for the KOs, but Cascade doing so well at keeping that range. There we go, busting on through, but they get picked up by the Ice Fang. Blitz assistance comes through as well. There's the Verdant Anger into the face of the Urshifu, and they find the KO, but these defenders from Captain Martin putting in an absolute shift to try and zone out the damage from Pineapple. Nils set on the Regieleki at the moment, taking all the damage themselves so that they can't hit it with the Laddie Blue at the moment. We do have Skull coming in with this Leafeon, looking for the secure, but Blastoise gets the double, and Pineapple go on a quick retreat.
You know, you've got Solar Beam, you've got Dragon Pulse on the other side, but no, it is going to be the Blastoise to take that secure on the Regieleki. It's not going to walk in, though. We've got 3 members of Cafe defending against it here. Hornleech will push it away just to give themselves a little bit more insulation. What a Woodhammer there on Beach, and the Latios will stack a little bit more. Here comes the Eon Blast. Doesn't quite get the KO, though, Tano. Look at this. Beach hanging on by a thread.
That was, goodbye Leafeon, but that was the most perfect time egg I've ever seen from Bida to keep that Mamoswine on the field. They do get KO'd for their efforts, and Cafe Dumartin are finally going to find some more points home in this T1 goal and take the lead with a minute before Groudon takes the field.
You know, if I am Pineapple right here, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about this Latios. We are seeing that it's got some good amount of stacks on it. A lot of extra Eon balls of power. I don't know what to call them. A little bit of extra power coming out from those Dragon Pulse hits. And though it's only level 12 and only just ticked into that level 12, I'd be a little bit concerned about it being able to one-shot some of these carries that are squishy like Venusaur and this Leafeon especially. So I might be a little bit concerned, especially now that Cafe does have the score lead and Pineapple is going to be playing on their back foot.
Yeah, they're going to get this Regice as well. And I tell you what, Eon Balls sound like a tasty snack. The kind of Fortnite-themed snack. Kind of reminds me of some
Eon
cheese balls. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of, you know what, guys? Like, let's take a break here for a minute and we'll go see if we can make ourselves a bowl of Eon Balls.
Well, that's exactly what Cascade has done in this game. They are ready to drop plenty, but the range that you'll see from this Miraidon is going to be a little bit uncontested. Pineapple trying to see if they can dive onto this Shifu that's gone into their central area, but they've got to be wary. The Venusaur is left on their own at the moment. That has to be their main protection, which is why Nils is rotating up Bida, making sure that they're comfortable between them. And there's the Beach going on in with the Ice Fangs. Hydra Typhoon coming out yet again, gets 3 of them. Bright Future Meteor Storm, though, causing so much disruption. Shifu has to go on the retreat. Emerald 2 doesn't find the KO onto the Trevenant, but Blissey does. And right now, Pineapple are way back into their own central area. Eon Blast comes through, and Cap into Martina zoning them out.
Eon Blast was used, but not enough damage to execute just yet. Cafe does have the opportunity to zone them out. I don't know if you could hear, that's my blood sugar being low, but Cafe did zone out Pineapple for the time being, but that Leafeon still very protected. That Venusaur still very protected and healthy. Leafeon looking for an opportunity to score this top path. I don't know if Cafe is going to be able to stop them here while Groudon continues to be chipped.
Do manage to get there, but the difficulty is, even with that being in, it's not going to be enough points on the field. Realistically, they need to look for the fight here or the Groudon. I don't think Backcaps is going to be the answer for them just yet. With 35 seconds left, though, they got to be quick with it. That might be the only option they can go for, because Blastoise is sent back to Nurse Joy, and the Venusaur gets absolutely ganged up on, and they are sent back as well. A 2 KO comes through from Showmaker, and it looks like Cafe de Martin may be able to do enough to take us to a game 3. Bida manages to score some points. Not enough, though, as Trevenant scores their own, and it looks like that's going to be all she wrote. It's going to be game 3 time.
Yeah, Groudon was taken by Urshifu just because. Why? And we are indeed going to a game number 3. Like I said, Tano, that Latios proved to be very difficult to deal with in that late game. Just the poke damage, being able to hit so many of those Eon balls. And though the Eon Blast didn't come through the way that we saw it come through earlier in the game, was still so much damage that Pineapple just could not risk jumping in without that Latios being taken down.
Yeah, Ghatlue, give us your opinion on that one, buddy, because it felt like Pineapple were on the back foot as soon as that Groudon spawned on the field.
I think that the main thing that happened, or like the big game changer, was the Urshifu. Like 9 was like actually game changing play was the 315-ish. He went to the enemy side, he killed the Urshifu and the Leafeon alone, and they broke the bot lane pad. And the moment the bot lane pad breaks for a Solar Beam Venusaur, it's really hard to like just play the game in general. And if you're not an elite, you are aiming to get a lead from the composition with the Leafeon, and your composition is not that great at hitting the Groudon at all. You don't really have like a Decidueye, Cinderace to just aggress the Groudon. So the moment Cafe gets in position for the Groudon, it's just very hard for the because the only damage input is kind of the Venusaur, right? The moment Blastoise engages, he gets double attacker in his face, and he just it's just very tough. So I really liked how N played this game, especially with the flag on the right side, being able to just dislocate the team and pressure them so much that they can't focus on the gameplay, pretty much.
Yeah, I absolutely true. Like this Urshifu, it didn't really seem like it was kind of like sleeping for the duration of the game. It got invaded early. It really had to spend some time getting a lot of experience to be able to make that contested play in that late game. And then they just played around in the central area of Pineapple to make sure that they couldn't go in on that Groudon. And like Ghatlue said, there's just not a lot of damage. You've got the secure, but you don't really have the rip or chip damage that you would want to see in that late game. Whereas you've got Latios, Miraidon that absolutely shred it down if they do commit onto the Groudon. Same with Water Bear. So you can't really let them have an opportunity to rip, but you can't really rip it yourself.
I would have loved to have seen a Petal Dance Venu coming out there, to be honest. I think when you have those double ranged attackers coming at you and you only have the one, I feel like go the other way, go the other way. Just go for more Pokemon to just sprint at them and chase them down. And I feel like Petal Dance Venusaur with Giga Drain at the moment is one of the best chasers of other Pokemon in this game. Ghatlue, what do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
So I feel like at the moment, with the Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur, it's one of the best in the game at trying to chase down other ranged attackers, because in the team fight, the Giga Drain, the more people you hit on, the more healing you're getting. But also, in that late stage, it's like not even a 2-second cooldown on that Petal Dance. It's constantly up, right?
Yeah, so I believe that Petal Dance Venusaur is really great. However, against double attackers, it's just very tough to deal with because you have to be in a specific playstyle. Now, I believe that Leon just likes to play Solar Beam, range far away. However, I did not like the draft because when they picked Blastoise essentially is a defender or a top laner, and the moment they lock in Miraidon, you have to identify that you can play Blastoise as a defender, so you can pick Buzzwole Blastoise. Buzzwole is really good into Miraidon, and they lacked some kind of damage, right? Buzzwole would control the Urshifu. Blastoise is good at controlling the Water Bear, but the moment he presses Foliar, he can just kill an enemy in less than 2 seconds. So this is something that was in my back of my head, because if you lock in Blastoise, you can flexible draft. So the Venusaur wasn't part of the issue, but it was the draft itself, I think.
That's completely fair. I feel, we knew it was going to happen, Husky. We have a game 3 for the first set already. Yeah. What adjustments do you think we're going to be seeing in this, or do you think they'll just want to run it on back?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of predicted that this day would consist of a lot of game 3, so already getting off to an exciting start here. I feel like what Ghatlue said really makes a lot of sense, and I also want to add, you have Blastoise, you have Mamoswine, and you're running a Venusaur, which is 3 Pokemon that need a lot of experience and aren't really doing a ton of damage on their own. So potentially Pineapple needs to focus a little bit more on going back to a more early game focused composition. Maybe a top path Pokemon that doesn't really use a lot of experience. Something like the Buzzwole could be really helpful. And we do see them opting for some more traditional bans. We've got now Pawmot on the board that has an opportunity for them to take, which Pineapple is going to take in that first pick slot.
I mean, Ghatlue, we already had your opinion about whether it needed banning. I'm sure you have the same opinion about whether it should be a first pick Pokemon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just think Pawmot is not a priority pick. I mean, it definitely is a good pick. I like that they banned Snorlax and Hoopa, because I believe that this way of banning is probably typical to Europeans. where they ban Empoleon, Suicune, Upasnolix, one of the best Pokemon in the game so far with the Mew. I'm kind of surprised I'm not seeing a lot of Mews. Like, I thought the Mew is just really good Pokemon.
I agree. I love seeing Mew as of late. Instead, we're seeing this Alolan Raichu being locked in on the other side, and are we going to see Pineapple go for Duraludon? No, I was pausing. No, we're going to see them switch in for that Zacian, which is a much better top path pick, in my opinion.
Trust me, we've seen Duraludon in the EUL. It's usually his area esports that brings it out, but I don't think any other team will be bringing that on out. And yeah, it's going to be Cascade locking in the Lucario here, paired with the Lapras that has actually slightly fallen off. We haven't seen that much more of it, but it was pretty much a mainstay here in the EUL for a while, especially because the defenders at the moment, they're so good with where they're positioned in this meta. If you can't go for a Snorlax, either the Crustle or the Lapras is a pretty good second pickup.
Yeah, I love that this Crustle is coming back. I think this is one of the most sleeper defenders in the entire game. And Armarouge, which is set up to be armor cannon. It doesn't seem like the items have a Fire Spin build, but we usually do see that Fire Spin, Ghatlue.
I think something that is interesting is like the decision making on the Pokemon, because I saw like Leon was thinking about a mage and he didn't know which mage he wants to pick. I believe that Lucario is specifically good into Armarouge, so I'm kind of curious to see how this turns out. I think that Fire Spin here can be rough, because the moment you go in, you have to be in, and he can just go for like a range option. However, like I said before, they struggled with dealing damage consistently, and so far when I look at their team, I don't think they can do consistent damage like the Raichu does with the Electro Ball. So I believe either they catch the Raichu in the team fights, or the Crustle finds a big engage, because I believe that Crustle is really good into the enemy comp, except Raichu. So Raichu is going to be a game changer, I think.
Yeah, it's already a very difficult Pokemon to catch. So it's one of those where Pineapple are going to have to really rely on their team fighting here. They're sticking as a team, because you've got a lot of brawl on your side, and that Raichu is just going to skirt around the entirety of that team fight, dropping those Electro Balls and getting a huge amount of damage. So I'm with you, Ghatlue. I think it's interesting. And of course, Showmaker's on Talonflame, Husky. So, Daddy Leon's got a lot to worry about with that Talonflame coming for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, they did switch to a Rocky Helmet, so I can only imagine we will see the Fire Spin Armarouge build come out, which means that this is a very melee-focused composition from Pineapple, where you have this Raichu that can't really be dove by anything. I mean, I guess you go in with Zacian. I imagine we will see agility with the Metal Claw, so we could see that come out, and that could potentially chase it down. Maybe the Pawmot with its Unite move could really dive the Raichu, but I think that the second you try to dive that backline, you've still got to deal with Lucario and Talonflame diving you, so this could be a difficult one for Pineapple.
Looks like Lapras is going to go straight for an invade here onto that Pawmot in the central area. Let's see how that one shakes up, but this is game 3. One of these teams is going to have to win this one and send the other down to that lower bracket.
Look at Baksho already in the enemy central area trying to invade this Pawmot, and we're going to really see the potential power of this Pawmot and why it deserves to be first pick, because right now I don't think any of the three of us are very convinced, but it does look like Baksho's in a lot of trouble. They will take down this Lapras.
Yeah, I do feel like if Bida didn't come, they probably would have locked the KO through, but I'm excited to see how dominant it can be, especially up against the all-rounders on the side of Captain Martin when they do see that, oh my god, they do get the KOs, and they find the Talonflame as well. Captain Martin trying to lock in on this invade, but they've just given over so much to Pineapple.
I mean, we do have Raichu already at level 5, and it is going to be that store power. This surprises me, honestly. I thought for sure we would see Electro Ball, but I guess they feel like maybe they don't need it because there's not a lot of range on the side of Pineapple. Meanwhile, Zacian pushing forward with that Metal Claw. They don't want to give Cafe the opportunity to get the early game lead that you would expect from this comp.
So, Cafe and Martin are going to respond in kind in the bottom lane and get plenty of points raining through. They continue to cause chaos in the central area, really trying to limit the central area Pokemon for Pineapple. And Pawmot's just going to have to stick into these lanes and find extra experience and get some KOs to try and get that Evo that they're looking for. They do dash on through, run into the arms of the Lapras as they try and continue to put the pressure on. Lucario manages to grab those Natus. Haida just trying to skirt around it and get back to their pad. And there we go. We do have Skullcoat
going on in against all Pokemon. The Lapras, Crustle's coming to show their face as well. The Regidrago is quickly rotating. They do zone out the 2 Pokemon here for Cafetu Martin whilst they go back to the central area to prevent what Pineapple is doing.
Look at this Eldegoss right now. Fighter just chasing down this Lapras. Doesn't want to give them the opportunity. They're also blocked out right there. Great zoning from Do You Like Pineapple. The Armarouge will take that Regidrago. But we do have this Alolan Raichu to deal with already at level 8. And nobody is quite there yet for Do You Like Pineapple. We're getting pretty close on Palmot, I guess, kind of. Zacian, though, in the top half will hit that level 8. Nobody with the Unite move down.
I do feel like what they tried to do here in regards to that Armarouge is you've got to accept, do you want to be a counter to the Talonflame, or do you want to be a counter to that Raichu? Do you want to go for the Armor Cannon to have that range, or do you want to go for Fire Spin so you're not concerned about Talonflame? So that's the approach that Pineapple have gone for here. Registeel is going to be the spawn in this bottom lane. They've got a quick rip with both these all-rounders. The zoning's going to come on through. Are they going to see if they can sneak it here? They do manage to grab it away. I thought that Blissey might go for a little bit of action, but Cafetu Martin want to put the damage onto Pineapple here, having that Star Power Raichu with them.
Yeah, that was, I guess they could have gone in and looked for a steal, but they didn't really want to contest the Fire Spin Armors with so much consistent damage coming down, but it is going to be Pineapple coming away with that first objective. In the top half, we do have Lucario and Zacian fighting each other. Here comes the rest of Cafe before reinforcements are available for Do You Like Pineapple, so it looks like Cafe going to take this Regieleki. Oh, Fighter almost coming through with a steal.
That would have been a thing of beauty, but that Regieleki is now going to push onto that T1 of Pineapple. Cafetu Martin are just going to allow them to deal with that while they rotate back through the central area and see if they can get something in the bottom tier 1 from Pineapple. They do have the Armarouge ready to go down here. Daddy Leon's going to be the defense for it. We do have Beach coming to back them up as well. They do stop some of that scoring, and it looks like they could find the KO onto Voxshow as they run away with 1 HP, and they do manage to find them. Cafetu Martin don't get much from that.
I would like to see Pineapple get a little bit more from the over-pushing here from Cafe, but it does look like the Raichu wants to try to defend on their own. Great X-Scissor there from this Crustle, and here comes the Brave Bird to try to contest this. We do have a lot of damage coming down on top of Crustle, but no! The shield comes down. They will take the KO on the Talonflame immediately, grabs the Unite move and a Berry so that they don't go down, and suddenly we're seeing the aggression that Do You Like Pineapple was missing in the last match.
They heard you say that, Husky, and they locked in. They get the Unite move out of the Raichu. They get the KO onto that as well as the Talonflame, and then they find the Lapras as well as scoring those points. That has just gone all the way for Pineapple, and they now take the lead with over 100 points in the bank. The objectives about to spawn in the bottom lane, but it looks like Pineapple, they might want to be a bit cheeky here and push this in the top side.
No, a couple of Pokemon recalling. We have Palmot looking to go down into this bottom path. We do have 2 members of Cafe down here as well. Crustle getting a little bit of a sneaky score in the top path. Voxshow can't do anything about it. With 20 seconds until the Regieleki spawns, it looks like a little bit of a scuffle going down into this bottom path. We do have the Armarouge actually taking that one. Despite the Bliss Assistance and the Aura Cannon coming out, they will go down. And Cafe trying to put forward a little bit of a contest here against Do You Like Pineapple, but they are forced out. No, they're not! Big Lapras Unite move catches the Zacian, and the Unite move though comes out. The Talon goes down. Lapras goes down. Pineapple holds on.
Oh god, Lapras coming through, Voxshow with the choo-choo, but Pineapple, it takes so much to take down not only this Palmot, but the Armarouge now as well. Look at the levels that they've got here, Husky. There's so many resources that have to be used by Cafetu Martin to just find those KOs, and then you've got a Crustle in your face to deal with and a Zacian coming in as well. So I like the melee comp coming out from Pineapple here. It seems like Cafetu Martin have to throw so much to try and deal with them.
Yes, somehow they have prevented this Alolan Raichu from really doing the damage that we expected it to do based on that draft. And I really do have to say I love this Crustle pick. It really enables a lot of those melee all-rounders. Here comes an Aura Cannon again, and it will be Cafe to take this secure this time.
Yeah, good effort being in there. They knew they had to throw that Unite move out or they were going to go down, and you might as well contest it. They do manage to find it with Voxshow, but Cafetu Martin are just going to allow Pineapple to defend this while they try and go back for some healing, although Voxshow's now had a second thought about that, wants to see what they can do to push this in, but they just get sent straight back to Nurse Joy as Cafetu Martin want to see if they can grab a little bit more experience on their side.
I'm a big fan of the decision making in this match from Do You Like Pineapple, especially in terms of them being ahead. Like, I feel like this team really knows how to play ahead. Wow, what a flame sweep right there. It's kind of exactly what you'd expect. But I really do think that Pineapple is a team that knows how to play when they're ahead and struggles a little bit more when they're behind. And at this point in the match, with how far ahead they seem to be in score and in levels, it feels like they are really in control, as opposed to last match where they weren't being super aggressive, they were much more passive, and they didn't pull ahead the way they would have liked to. And I think a lot of that has to do with their scaling. They don't have as much scaling as they did previously. The Reaper comes down, does not get the secure, unfortunately, for them. But basically my point is, I love this Crustle.
I 100% agree with you. I did like the Brave Bird dive there as well. That was so close. Showmaker was nearly able to take it, but now they're going to be down before Groudon comes in. They're putting the pressure onto Cascade here as well. Pineapple are well in control of this game. They're going for the rip. Not sure about that. Here comes the Lapras going on in. There we go, but it's going to be Zacian that takes it for them. Sovereign Sword came on through, and now they've got the buffs to just cut down the rest of Cafe Du Martin as they're already in the lead here. Hundo Burger is going to rain on in, and now they're able to push even more goals to make it unattainable for Cafe Du Martin.
Yeah, that's the aggression that we were missing in Game 1. They're going to maximize the score output of this Tier 2 goal zone. Let Fighter get that 100 points in, and now with over 300-point lead against Cafe Du Martin, they're going to need to either go for some picks or just get a really, really lucky push here, likely into this bottom path, but it's going to be a tall task. Not that it's not possible, but they severely lost that fight, and I did like the decision to just go for a rip there, especially with Talonflame down. The Bliss Assistance almost got it. I thought for a second it did, but great Unite move by Zashi in there to pull out that secure.
Got a minute left. Cafe Du Martin are going to see what they can recover from this. The difficulty is they don't have any of these Groudon buffs, so it's going to be difficult. They're going to get the points in. No, they're not. Good disruption. Beach is going to be there with the X-Scissor as well. They're throwing everything they possibly can. But look at the damage that Daddy Leon's just going to be happy to accept. They can give over this goal as well. They've got plenty of points in the lead. It's this one that's going to be hard for Cafe Du Martin to find, because there we go. The buffs are all the difference that is needed. A double KO is going to come through from Palmont. We saw the Aura Cannon. Didn't do enough, and the Fire Spin, baby, just cooks them all day, and Cafe Du Martin are sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Wow, what a great defensive hold there. You know how far ahead you are, and you know that you can stall a little bit on that Tier 1 goal zone, but you definitely don't want to lose anybody. So instead, you just kind of give it up, make sure you don't go down, you don't want to give over any of those Groudon buffs, and then just circling around that goal zone for the Tier 2 goal zone. Just kind of like the Crustle, just circling kind of back and forth, doing enough damage to prevent them from scoring, but not enough for them to get taken down while they waited for the reinforcements. Just great defensive playing from them, and great aggression. I was seeing Ghatlue in the chat be like, yeah, they just didn't pull out any aggression in Game 2, but this game, Pineapple definitely did. 673 to 213, your final score, and Do You Like Pineapple will be sending Cafe Du Martin down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, in true EUL fashion, it's going to be the team that has the lower standings coming into this that beats the team with the higher standings. Ghatlue, give us your opinion on the all-rounders that we saw from Pineapple. They were very aggressive with that Brawly comp in the final stages of the game, but passive to begin with.
Yeah, I'm very happy that Pineapple decided to play aggressive. Like, I missed the aggression in the second game because I felt like in the first game I kind of saw like the idea of playing the game, and in the second game they just played passively, passive. If you are a game up, I want you to be like risky. I want you to be more aggressive because you are in the lead of potentially winning the BO3. And this is what Niels kind of showcased. He played decision, he invaded, he did a 1v2, essentially killing both of the enemy's carries. So when Pineapple can get the ready Drago, and from there on out, they were just controlling the game. Which is like always nice to see that teams step up after a game lose. So don't get comfortable. When you are winning, always stay focused to essentially win.
Yeah, it's the biggest point is that you can't, it's a 10-minute game, guys. You can't always stay comfortable. You've got to be constantly putting that aggression on. The best teams, that's what we see them do. Look at Ultimate Husky. Like, they are so good because the aggression from them is from the get-go.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that this game, because it's a shorter game, being passive just doesn't help a lot of the time. I feel like, especially with this new version of the map, we have developed a meta that is very go. Like, you just have to be going. You can't win games by not being ahead in that first part of the game. And I think that that's kind of what we've seen take shape in terms of the meta. And I could be wrong, but that, at least from my perspective, it seems like winning early is so much more important. Like, you win early and then you also have something that scales late to keep up in the late game. I feel like has been what we've seen be really successful in these competitive plays.
Okay, I think. Oh, sorry.
That's right, but I was going to lead into you. I was just going to pass to you to give us some of your analysis, mate.
I'm excited to go through the games. I took some notes. If we can go to the first draft from the first game, I would like to talk a little bit about it. I talked a bit about it beforehand, but so we can get a fresh mind again. I believe that both teams had tools to win the set, and I think both teams were pretty good at identifying their strengths and their weaknesses. However, Pineapple came on top, but I believe that in the first game when they played the Leafeon was like a huge game changer. And they also played Leafeon plus Buzzwole. Buzzwole is a carry Pokemon, Blastoise is a defensive carry. So if you think about it, right, when you draft Leafeon and Blastoise, you essentially put a lot of pressure on the main hyper carry of the game. While Buzzwole is also a carry. He can be aggressive, he can essentially one-shot an attacker. While Blastoise is more like a defensive Pokemon. They can also play aggressive. So I believe that this is one of the game changers that happened between Game 1 and Game 2, where they decided to go the Buzzwole instead of the Blastoise. So this is something I like from Pineapple. The problem with drafting Absol is Absol got nerfed, right? He is not the strongest anymore. He doesn't really one-shot you when you use Pursuit. So I think this is something you have to keep in mind. If you draft Absol, you have to be confident in your gameplay, and you have to win early game. If you do not win early game with Absol, it's like kind of saying, I'm gonna lose the game. In a sense.
I'm very upset about the Absol nerf. Pursuit needed a nerf, but the Unite move, I'm a bit like, really? Did it need that? I'm not sure, mate. But we do have an interview ready to go here. It's going to be with Leon coming on in, and let's see if they can hear us. Leon, are you on the line, buddy?
I am, and I hope you can hear me as well.
Did anybody hear Leon? Then?
Yes, I can hear them.
Okay, I can.
You can. Okay, so me and Ghatlue can both hear him.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Cool
I'll leave it to Ghatlue then to start us off.
Okay, Leon, obviously congrats on winning the BOT.
Thank you.
I'm curious, like, what changed your mind from going Buzzwole in Game 2 to Blastoise?
I felt like in that draft we kind of picked Blastoise early, and our plan was to like keep it flexible somehow, so we can just like it's a very flexible pick in our opinion. You can pick it in a lot of comps, so we wanted to keep ourselves like options open for the draft.
Okay, interesting. I think that you guys definitely showed your strength in the BO3. You were really aggressive in the first game and really aggressive in the third game. Something that I missed from you guys in the second game is just being able to, you get the regular key and just say, we're gonna push it. Obviously your composition is not the best at pushing, but you guys are like really aggressive team. And I think this is what you guys accelerate. You're very good at invading, very good at identifying that playing around the Ready Drago is not always the case. So I'm curious, like, how much do you value Ready Drago as a team?
It depends on our draft, really. Like, sometimes Ready Drago is nice, but when you can get like a big score on a carry on side lane, it's gonna be more XP for that one person, and sometimes the XP on one person is all you need to get going. So you don't have to get the global XP every time, but obviously, if you're playing like speedster type champions that want to snowball and break towers early, Ready Drago can be really valuable.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree. I think global XP is nice and all, but if you can get a 30 cap on one of your carries, it's insane. So this is something you guys have abused in the second game, while they were going 5-man on the Ready Drago. You identified, no, we don't play it, we're just gonna score 30. So well played.
Exactly. Thank you.
We have some good news. I believe Tano can now hear you.
Oh, that's great!
I don't even know why, buddy. I had this tab open yesterday and it was all fine, but today it was muted. So luckily I can hear you. And I just want to ask you, I mean, a huge congrats. Like you're one of I think a lot of people's favorite players here in the region. But tell me a little bit. Tell me a little bit about this Pommel that your team likes to use, because we've seen bans for it. And we're kind of a bit unsure why people think it's so strong.
I feel like Pommel is just one of the top characters in the game right now, and it's like it scales well into late game, but its earlier power spikes at 5 and 7 are already pretty strong to have an impact on it, and it's just so beefy, it's so annoying, it keeps sticking to you, you can't really get it away, and it keeps healing itself, and it's just an all-rounder in any sense. It can do a lot of stuff really well, and it really helps our draft, so we kind of wanted to get it early, if possible.
Interesting. I like that side of things. I mean, is it one of the things where you would compare it to like the Blaziken, where it's like you're going to get one or the other in that kind of sense?
Yeah, Blaziken is a little bit better at objective control than Pommel, but Pommel can be like more explosive in team fights because of the combos into ult, into another combo. It's really, really fast damage and a lot of damage. So that's where Pommel outshines Blaziken a bit, in my opinion. But yeah, they're kind of close in their role to team.
Hot takes here with Daddy Leon. Husky, have you got anything for Daddy Leon?
Yeah, I just have one question. I love how your team is very dynamic. Like, you've got a bunch of different team comps cooked up, and like, you've got like the double all-rounder team comp that you pulled out. You have some speedsters on your roster. You've got like a lot of all-rounders that a lot of you play. So I'm wondering kind of what is like your go-to in terms of like a team comp? You had like the Blastoise draft comp, and then you kind of had the Buzzwole draft comp, but like what is your most desired way to play?
Or it depends on the enemy, really. Like yesterday, when we were playing like different tourney, we were playing Latios basically the whole day because we had fun playing it. And today we were like, okay, we kind of need a little bit of a draft plan where we have like basic stuff sorted out already beforehand. But I don't want to go too deep into detail. But yeah, I think when you spectate our games, you can see what we like to do. And I personally, I love my mages. Like scaling mages have always been my thing, but like we keep ourselves flexible every time. We don't commit too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's turn it back to Ghatlue for a question or
Okay, Leon,
advice.
it's better advice than a question. I think something that you guys need to keep in mind going forward to this European League is you guys have a strength that is very, very unique to your team. And when you look at the VODs, like look at the good parts of what you guys achieved in this best of 3 set and take notes from what you guys are good at. But something I noticed that when I was watching your guys games, it was like, I feel like during the mid game, you guys don't really focus on objectives. So the Zacian and Niels in the third game started the Regieleki on top lane when you guys didn't even have time to rotate towards top, and Niels like didn't identify that the enemies are coming. I think setting times and like values, this Swablues will spawn at 620-ish after Ready Drago. This is something I felt like was kind of forgotten, that after Ready Drago, Swablues will spawn instantly, and then after the Swablues, it will depend if it's Ready Drago or Swablues. So like focus on, like this is just an advice, focus more on set timers that happen in the game to make a reason why you make a play. Because a lot of the times, especially in the second game when you guys lost the bot lane pad, it's the most important pad for you guys in the game.
Yeah.
If you lose the bot lane pad as a Solar Beam Venusaur, the game is 10 times harder. So this is like just something that I think is good for your team.
I can see that. Like Force is really we have our mind on it, but sometimes when you're in the game and you're like in the zone and the momentum swings, you kind of have to like check yourselves on what you want to do, and yeah, sometimes we slip up, but everyone does that. But
Yeah.
we're trying to get better at it.
Hmm.
Also,
I mean,
that
there you
bot
go.
keep 2 was my fault.
That is a leader, owning up and being like, that's my fault. But there you go. Have some good coaching advice from Ghatlue as well. But thank you so much for being here, Daddy Leon. It was brilliant to see you playing that game. And we're very excited to see your team taking it tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much. And thank you guys for casting. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Alrighty. We are going to head to a quick break, chat, while we get the next set ready to go. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. We have an exciting matchup here. I think it's the one that me and Husky have been excited for the most. It's the enemies versus Los Duros here.
Yeah, this is going to be such a fun matchup because, like, it seems like from the records, this is like an easy win for the enemies. But Los Duros these past couple of weeks have really looked good.
That they have. This is the enemies. It's Galaxy, Revenge, Champaris, Jean-Midu, and Quento on that side, and they've got plenty of accolades to boot. And I am excited for this. The enemies have been very good in this league, chat. They were second place just behind Ultimate, but in these past couple of weeks, they have struggled. They did end up losing versus, I think it was Verbs Esports or Azeri Esports. I think it was Azeri, actually, who were last place. And then they also lost in a most recent game as well. So it's tough for the enemies. They're definitely a very solid team, but they have shown a little bit of cracks in their armor.
Yeah, these players have been at the top of the league for the entire time, and I don't think they have expected to face as much difficulty as they have, but they are a very strong team with a lot of fun strategies to watch.
Let's bring on up Los Duros. They have been a fan favorite, one of my favorites as well. Oscar Tar, Louisin, Danny, Alba, Noah, and No Way shakes out this team. All of them being pretty much top 8 UCS, and they have been so excited. They had a tough run up to begin with in this league with plenty of lost streaks, but then they have just bounced back massively, and we do have an interview with them here. I believe we have, is it Danny and Jean-Midu with us? Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome in. I can actually hear you. Oh my god, it works.
Nice.
How?
Unmuted tabs. Go
No
crazy.
more muted tabs. Let's go. All right, guys. So to kick things off, I just want to know. Obviously, we've had a lot of people viewing these EUL games as they've gone on, and we've seen a lot of support for both of you throughout the whole of this league, and especially recently. How does that feel as a player in Pokemon Unite?
I mean, it always feels good to have people supporting you, so yeah.
It really
nice.
feels awesome, like watching all the games and watching all the support that we get, like it really feels amazing.
Again, I don't think they can hear each other, so...
Oh no, I
keep that in
can't
mind.
hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot hear anything.
So keep that in mind, ask them like one at a time.
We're learning as
But
we go, guys.
actually you did good. Like Danny came in like right after, so it worked out. But yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Nice.
Well, I'm going to hand it over to Ghatlue. Have you got any questions for our incredible players here?
Are you guys excited to face each other? Because I believe both of you are really good and like you know each other. So what are you guys most excited about going first?
Start with John.
Yeah, with John.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to face Los Duros, and the matchup we had during the league was kinda close, so I'm looking forward to this match, and we know how to play, we know what they play, so I guess we just have to play the game and hope we win.
They said for you, Daddy. They said that the last time that you played was pretty close, so they're looking forward to playing you again. And yeah, so you can answer now.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like the last time we played, it was like so close, and I really wanna rematch and try to win them this time.
They said they want to try to win this time because it was close last time.
Husky, your question.
All right. I guess I'll start with John again. My question for you guys is, are you... How do I phrase this? What picks are you most excited to bring out in this set?
I don't want to leak anything, but it's like mostly what we usually play. I mean, we have people who can play a lot of different picks, so I don't think there's any pick in particular, but yeah, we'll play the usual stuff and try our best.
They said they want to play some of the usual stuff and try their best, and they are a team that has a lot of different picks. So, Danny, your response?
We have like some picks that we want to prioritize against the enemies. But yeah, we'll see if like they don't ban it to us. And for me personally, I wanna try to play Mew because I really love that character. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I will pick something else that nobody has seen. I don't know.
Yeah, they said they have a lot of different picks up their sleeve, and they just hope that you won't ban it against them.
I think everybody is especially happy about some sort of Mew coming out. We've got a lot of Mew love in the chat, and especially when you're on the field, Danny. So I think everybody is very excited for that. But we will get this game ready. Thank you so much for both of you coming on to the mic. It's so exciting to speak to you both, and good luck. Let's see who comes out on top.
Thank you, guys.
Alrighty, ready to go for this one. The Enemies versus Los Duros. I couldn't be more excited. I love both of these two teams. They both have individually very strong players. Ghatlue, you just can't predict it right now, can you?
I do believe I have a favorite, but I also believe in the dark horse. So I think I will say it at the end of this. But I do believe that both teams have strengths and weaknesses. And like I always look at star players when I look at the enemies. So I hope that the players that are like very active can lead the team to a victory. So this is gonna be very exciting to see just both teams clashing it out, to see whose draft is actually better. And I'm mostly excited about how Ready Drago fights will be prioritized in these games, because I believe it's a new mechanic that comes to the early game, and this is like a mechanic that has to be understood correctly.
Yeah, we did mention that a little bit earlier, so I'm excited to hear a lot more about that from you, Ghatlue. I'm just giving you a little bit of facts here, chat. So, of course, you know, the enemies coming out on top last time, but Los Duros did take a game off them in week 12. So, Husky, we've already had a game 3 here today. I feel like this could go that way as well.
Yeah, I feel like this is set up to be 4 best of 3s that go to 3 games. But yeah, I am interested too, because as a caster who's not a competitive player, of course, after, you know, we did beat Nouns that one time on stage, obviously everyone remembers that. But as like just a caster where I'm kind of viewing things like from above, like I've got like a bird's eye view of everything, I don't really think too much about things like how teams are prioritizing objectives and what they're thinking about in terms of the timing of different objectives and different wild Pokemon experience. So it is going to be interesting to see how this meta continues to develop, because there is a lot of things that have changed since the start of this new version of Thea Sky Ruins.
100%. Whilst we're waiting for this game to kick off, Ghatlue, do you want to tell us a little bit about your thinking around the Regidrago? Because I'm with you. I think there is sort of times where people put so much importance on it, and even though it got nerfed, people still find it to be such a strong objective.
Like, it's such a big change. Like before, it's like the 8-minute mark. You go for the Swablu's disappear in like 2 seconds, and then you go next, right? But when you Drago fight, takes a lot of time. So this is just something you have to keep in mind. It's not going to be an objective that disappears instantly. It's going to be an objective you fight for, and if you don't have the levels to fight for it, might as well make a different play by scoring and stuff. But I'm excited about the drafts every time. I believe both of these drafts are very good. Defense, Hoopa, Empoleon, Buzzwole. When you look at the drafts, you always look at like tier lists, meta tier lists, and this is like something you want to focus on when you look at the draft. And right now, every meta pick has been picked. So.
Yeah, literally.
Except
from
Mew.
the get-go. I love
We haven't
it.
seen Mew yet. We need to see some Mew.
I mean, Danny's Mew is 100% meta. Cannot wait to see how they do here. We did, by the way, yesterday, Revenge pulled out some Gengar play and absolutely cooked with it. So I can't wait to see if they do that again.
Yeah, that's always fun. I feel like everyone has like a Gengar pull and they'll just like randomly bring it out. It was like in Worlds when we saw like Hex Shadow Ball misclicked. That was crazy. But we've got our draft kicked off here. Leafeon ban. Not necessarily the most surprising, but it is a ban that we don't often see, and it did leave Suicune available, so Jean able to pick that one up.
Ooh, okay. I mean, we've got the buildings of Rainbow Comps here, but it looks like the enemies are going to get another all-rounder. Ghatlue, tell me about Gyarados. I don't know if Galaxy has just locked it in. We just do not see it anymore.
I mean, like one of the issues that Gyarados is facing right now is that the early game is so impactful. More than anything, this map is prioritizing early game more than anything. Like you noticed in the beginning when you started playing the game, Speedsters was super OP, especially because Ready Drago got such a massive XP boost. And characters like Gyarados accelerate when they evolve, but you need to like achieve the evolution status. So I think that it's very smart to combine it with a Suicune, because Suicune is such a repressive top laner and it's much stronger than Blizzy in the early game. So I'm excited to see how Gyarados is gonna be used in this game, but especially just for the fact that Gyarados takes so long to get locked in, you might as well play a different character, like Blastoise and Buzzwole.
I think that's valid. I mean, I've just seen this Venusaur get picked up, Husky, and I was thinking because Louisian was looking at a Mimikyu to begin with and then went to the Venusaur, so I was like, is that going to be Pedal Dance? But looking at
it's got a focus band. Look at it. It doesn't have a full heal, so I would have to say that maybe we're looking at Solar Beam again.
That's what I was thinking, and maybe like they've got that focus band for when they get dived or something like that. But I don't know. I was kind of liking the idea of a Pedal Dance there. What were you thinking, Ghatlue?
I think that Pedal Dance is like very underrated from the teams. I think that Pedal Dance is like a playstyle where you just have to say it feels right, it is good. Because even sometimes when it doesn't look good, it looks good. So it's kind of weird. I think it depends on the player.
So basically what we're saying is Pedal Dance is a vibe, and you've got to be in the right vibe for it, right?
Pretty much.
I love it.
Yeah. And ahead, Pedal Dance Venusaur definitely is a scary one. Here we go, game number 1.
Oh, this is going to be an absolute beauty, chat. We've got the Blaziken taking the central area, same with the Venusaur, but it's going to be Snorlax looking to get a cheeky invade from the get-go.
And Magikarp up in that top path, not going to be easy to go against that Zacian, and we do have an early steal of that blue buff, No Way, trying to make it difficult for this little Torchic to get online.
The thing is, Snorlax is so oppressive in the early stages. It does so much damage from the boosted, from the tackle. It's ridiculous. And then it gets the nap. I think I'd imagine a focus band on it, as No Way does go back here. That is going to be popped. They're going to take a quick nap. But they've pulled through a lot of pressure from the enemies to try and defend this.
Yeah, this is, I mean, they pulled a couple Pokemon into that central area, and they were able to get that Snorlax, but I guess they've wasted enough time. The damage was done, and now this Zacian can start moving forward. Does pick up the Suicune. Zacian! Oh, did they get out? No, the Magikarp! Magikarp with the KO! That is not what you want of your Lostoros.
Oh no, that's the equivalent of Magikarp jumping up a waterfall. Galaxy so close to getting into the big Gyarados before the 8:30 mark, and now the power spikes have risen for the enemies in this top lane.
Yeah, look at this. The Suicune now, level 4.5, tries to defend against the Zacian. This is an Aqua Tail on the Gyarados, which is interesting. So a little bit more, I guess, range available. Usually I'd expect to see Bounce here, but we do have the Aqua Tail coming out.
Yeah, I don't think I'm used to seeing Aqua Tail like at all. Like, people still just don't really play it, especially in competitive. Like, you don't see Gyarados anyway, but when you do, it's always that Bounce Dragon Breath that comes out. But there's Regidrago spawning onto the field right now. The rotation to the bottom lane comes through. We don't have anyone here for the rip just yet. We're going to see you going for it now, trying to see if they can zone them out, though. On the side of Los Duros, the enemies look like they're going to have this prepared.
I do like seeing the Electro Ball this time on the Alolan Raichu for that extra range, especially when going up against a Solar Beam Venusaur. We got the double beam here for Los Duros. They go for it here. The Blissey will get credit for that Regidrago KO. And look at this, Los Duros picks up a Suicune KO, chasing after the Alolan Raichu, and they will get it.
Oh, one of the many reasons I dislike going up against a Mew. What a mega kick from Revenge there as well. A jet button is used, stops anyone from scoring any points in that pad, and Los Duros, all they can do is retreat. They're going to try and see if they can pull the attention of Blaziken away, as No Way manages to squeak out as well. 30 points to 0 as these first objectives come in.
This is a pretty interesting build here from this Venusaur. It is Giga Drain Solar Beam, so makes sense why we saw that Focus Band, just a little bit extra tankiness. They expect to be Dove, so they want to get a little bit of healing. But this Registeel getting chipped down very low. No way. Pulled in by the Blaziken, but it is going to be Los Duros, the Blissey, of course, the one that gets the secure.
Oh my god, that's the second secure for Blissey this game. Albanoa has absolutely locked in. I think they must have done some sort of class or something, because they are taking the ruling of the god of secure here. As Oscitar goes for a rip on the Regieleki. The Aqua Tail's a little bit too late as they manage to lock it in. Los Duros may not have the points, but for these objectives and these fights, they are definitely coming out on top. Dragon Current had to be used, and they finally take down Oscitar.
That's a tanky Gyarados. I mean, they were a level above this Zacian, but they still do take them down. Regieleki easily going to be dealt with. Blaziken as well. Trying to look for an opportunity to potentially go in on this Venusaur. But right now, Los Duros doing a great job of covering their goal zones. But unfortunately for them, they have scored a whopping total of 0 points so far. So they're going to have to try to consider making a play, potentially looking for some points.
Yeah, I think you've just got to recognize and push one lane. Right now, the enemies, they're trying to keep control of the most of Fire Sky Ruins. They always leave someone in the bottom path, the all-rounders left in the top path, and the rest of them are just going to see which lane they need to be in. Los Duros, they look like they're going to make that approach here with a rotation coming in from Albanoa. They may have been caught out, though, as Blaziken gets vision on them. They're going to leave Venusaur in the top side, and this is very passive play from a Los Duros that we're not used to seeing.
Yeah, no objectives are on the map. Teams just kind of circling around each other. Both teams covering their goal zones. Nobody really wants to engage in a fight just yet. We don't have every Unite move on either side. Now we do on Los Duros. Snorlax just ticked into that level 9, but Crustle also looking for their Unite move, so just don't think either team wants to engage, which is a lot more passive than we're used to seeing, like you said. But there goes John, and they do the engage, but they are immediately punished for it.
Phase check shut down straight away. You, though, already showing how difficult they are to catch until Oscitar dives on through with the sword. Gets a lot of damage onto them, but if you can't stop it, Thunderstorm Aerial comes down looking for the connect, and it's going to be Danny that locks it in with their own Electro Ball. It's going to be Blissey that secures the Crustle, and Los Duros finally find themselves a good objective win, but they still need points here. So they're trying to push this T1 pad. The defense from Blaziken is in the way. A power nap onto it to get that disruption coming through, but still Los Duros cannot find a way to score points.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great Unite move there from the Snorlax, but unfortunately with the Crustle coming back down into the bottom path, they know it does have a Unite move now, so it's going to be really difficult to score against it still. From Los Duros, a lot of damage coming out. These Electro Balls from the Mew are perfectly timed, just so much damage. Here they go, they want to go for Blaziken, the aggressive Mew Unite move. Not usually one that we see trying to catch this Crustle. They will use a Unite move here into 3 members of Los Duros. Still, no points have gone in for Los Duros, but they are brawling back and forth, Tano.
Absolutely redonkulous from Clem to just pop that there in the middle of all of Los Duros and still manages to get out. I mean, we're talking about the fact that Los Duros haven't scored yet, but the enemies have only got a 30 dunk in. Coming down to the final stretch, it's going to mean absolutely nothing, but they do get the Regidrago, so a little bit of extra experience for them.
So passive from these two teams. Neither one of them want to give up any experience. Zacian now trying to rip down this Aleki into this Gyarados, and now they're going for the secure. It is going to be the Gyarados to end up getting it. Oh, a lot of KOs immediately. The Suicune with a huge Unite, or no, they didn't even use the Unite move. They just froze them so hard right there that they were able to take them down. Now the points start to rain in. That's 1 goal zone broken for the enemies.
Oh my god. And I honestly felt like Dragon Current was used there, but it just wasn't. All of a sudden, Galaxy explodes that and finds the KOs as well as the objective. We will have a bottom Reggie buff coming in here as well. Let's see what that's going to be, because the enemies, they want it. It's going to be a Reg Ice, and it's going to at least give them decent healing coming into the Groudon fight. But Los Duros still with 0 points on the board right now. It's all down to what they can do, and stealing that is one way to progress.
What a great security, I mean, great zoning from this Crustle here, but unfortunately for them, they will go down. Solar Beam takes them. They will be up right before Groudon spawns, but still, this gives the opportunity for Los Duros to get into an optimal position, and Unfortunately for them, no points have gone in on the enemy's side, but that does mean the enemies have to cover their goal zones. Groudon immediately starts to get chipped. Look at that poke damage from the Venusaur and the Mew. Groudon is getting very chipped. Dragon Current is out. Nobody has gone down yet, Tano.
I'm not sure if the rip was the call. I think they were just trying to pull the enemies in, but they did manage to get the Dragon Current out, and that was used on Groudon. That is massive for Los Duros, but it is a level 14 Gyarados, so it's not going to be that easy. Huge beam straight onto them. Los Duros have to do something here, though. Do you take the team fight? Do you go for the rip? I think you've got to find some KOs before you go for that approach. They have Secure. Try and take down Revenge at least, and that's what they're going to do here. They do try it. Mystical Mirage is going to come on out. Danny trying to get around, and they do find the Blaziken. Absolutely massive. Suicu's going to go as well. Shimadu's then packing, and they look like they're going to pick up Galaxy. Los Duros all of a sudden have locked in as they find some big carries, but the Thunderstorm Aerial was on point. They managed to at least zone off the Zacian, but oh baby, the double beams are connecting today as they manage to take down the enemies.
Wow, what an ace there from Los Duros. Now the difficult part here is going to be, can they score enough? Because everybody's starting to come back up, and it looks like they will. Suicune is stationed in that bottom path. We don't know if Danny's going to be able to score. The 50 does not go in. The Blaziken is defending very, very well against this, but still, now it's a tie game. 100 points do go in. The Mew also able to take down the Suicune in the bottom path. They don't even use their Unite move. It's now 200 to 100 with 30 seconds left, and this could be the upset, the start to an upset of a series. Los Duros coming out strong in game one.
Oh, another ace to end it off as well. This is it. We felt like both teams were a little bit passive in that game, but coming down to that final fight, Los Duros were just trying to find that one pick. As soon as they managed to do so on the side of Revenge, it was just going to be a matter of finding the rest. And I don't think we can say enough about Danny's Mew there. The way that they were able to get behind the Blaziken as they were trying to kick up that overheat, it was a thing of beauty, Husky.
Yeah, what a great Mew play. I mean, the entire time, the aggressive Mew Unite moves is not something that you usually see. You don't usually go for damage with it. You go for an escape or a diversion of some kind. But Danny, well-deserved MVP there. 5 KOs, 6 assists. And unfortunately for the enemies, neither team was very aggressive the entire time. But that last fight was really kind of the only fight that either of them actually had. Like, there were a couple picks here and there throughout the game, but for the most part, very, very passive gameplay from these two teams.
Ghatlue, welcome back in, buddy. Give us your opinion on how you felt that game went.
I definitely think that right now, like, Los Duros is a very strong team. I think that a draft was part of the issues that the enemies had in this game, especially because they identified that they don't need to play Petal Dance Venusaur because Double Mage is so good versus the enemies because they have no healer, right? They have Raichu, which is the kind of range Pokemon, but both Mew and Venusaur outranges Mew, and it's kind of hard for them to get into a position when Los Duros botlane path is open, and especially because of the way they played the early game into the late game. It was very well done. Snorlax invading the Blaziken, identifying that Gyarados cannot play top lane alone. However, Gyarados did manage to get a kill, but I think what I was trying to figure out is why the Gyarados pick. And I believe that Galaxy didn't really understand why he was playing the Aqua Tail. Like, you are playing Aqua Tail for the objective secures, etc. So when you lost the objective on top lane against the Zacian, that was 2 levels behind you, it was a very big advantage for Los Duros. And especially in team fights or late game fights, you want to get your stacks from the Groudon to get Aqua Tail ready to flank. You can't just flank using Aqua Tail. Aqua Tail was useful in this game because they had no CC, like not that much CC. Aqua Tail gets disabled when you get CC'd and stuff. So this is something I was like focusing on understanding why Double Mage, why Gyarados, and Double Mage made a lot of sense since they had no healer.
Yeah, they're valid. I mean, I think this is why we don't see much of this Gyarados. It was pretty huge to get that KO and then get the Evo early enough, but me and Husky were the same. We were quite surprised at the Aqua Tail. It's quite interesting to see the side that you're kind of using it for the secure and the objectives, but I mean, whenever I've played Gyarados, I've always just gone for Bounce Dragon Breath because it just feels better, right, Husky?
Yeah, I don't play much Gyarados. I actually don't even think I own the license for Gyarados. And there was like a time where it was like very, very good and being picked in every game. And though it still has some use cases, I think with the value of the early game right now, having a stronger top path Pokemon is just so much of a better call. And the Gyarados did look pretty good. Like, it got online, it got that KO, but that's not usually what happens. Like, you don't usually give a KO to a Magikarp early game. So it just I feel like there was other picks, like a Buzzwole would have been just like a better call, just more CC, more displacement. But I don't know too much about the Aquatail in general, so Ghatlue providing insight to that is going to be way better than me trying to conjure up an opinion on what Aquatail does. I just know that we don't usually see it.
I do. The thing is, though, right, Ghatlue, is that, like Husky's just said there, like, there's so many other all-rounders, especially in the meta at the moment, and how important the early game is, that you can pick up. I mean, you've got Lucario there, you've got Buzzwole there. Like, they don't have to get those Evos, and it's all about how strong they can be in the early game. Surely that's a better pick here, right?
Yeah, I think like we are not giving too much credit on the Gyarados. I would change the flow a little bit about the conversation, because I felt like the enemies had an issue that they didn't understand how they want to play the Gyarados. So my question would be, what would you pick rather than Blaziken to enable Gyarados?
Okay. That's a good shout. I mean, the fact that they don't have a healer might be something for me where I'm like, maybe a bit of support for them. I mean, even if it's something like the Blaziken that Albanoa managed to take.
Yeah, definitely like the healer, but I think Speedsters. Like, they are playing double mage. They already showed that they are picking me up.
True,
so
yeah.
Why not thinking about picking a Speedster that enables the Gyarados? Blaziken is a really good Pokemon for sure. One of the best Pokemons in the field. However, if you are drafting Gyarados and you have a plan with it, you need to like understand you cannot just play like double all-rounders into double mage without a healer. So a Speedster enables the Gyarados to do its thing, while the Speedster disrupts the enemy's flow. Enemy had easy flow because nobody was disrupting them.
Interesting. I like that. I always love being on the mic with you, Ghatlue, because it kind of feels like we're in class and we've got to get the answer right. So it's always fun to have your opinion on these analyses, mate.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's particularly interesting. It's like, you know how like people who play pro sports, then they just like go and they become like casters after because they like have the knowledge about it, and everyone's like, whoa, no way, Tom Brady is doing like casting now for football, and it's like, oh, and he knows stuff because he was like good at the game or whatever. That's what I feel like this is. But yeah. It was a really, really good game for Los Duros, but I think, like Ghatlue said, it was more of like they kind of capitalized off of a not as ideal draft from the enemies, and there were no speedsters on either side. So, at least from my perspective, what I think ends up happening is teams feel like they are forced into picking a speedster if the other team has a speedster, because you have to counter it. And seeing that no speedster was coming out from either side, neither team felt that they should pick one up without realizing the benefit that it could potentially have to their own team, not necessarily against the enemy team.
100%. Ghatlue, do you want to give us a little bit more analysis about how you felt that game went? I mean, we mentioned about the Regidrago, didn't we? And it seems like they're, at least from the side of the enemies, they put a lot of importance on that.
Yeah, I believe that when you have a secure character like Blaziken, like you're always like, oh, I can just secure it, right? But then you're like facing two solar beams at the same time. So it's kind of weird. Like, even though you have the secure, they have the better team fight composition. So I think that this game in particular, the Regidrago wasn't as important because it was taken at like 7:30. So this is something I like to see. I like seeing the enemy teams that have an advantage take the advantage of the Regidrago. One thing to note, when you hit the Regidrago, I'm not sure if it's a game bug or the game itself, the Regidrago doesn't recover as HP pool. So you can technically hit it to 70%, ignore it, and take it later again.
Ooh. I haven't even realized that, Husky. Have you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've noticed like, oh, okay, I've noticed like a Regidrago fight will happen, everyone will get low, and then everyone just leaves, and then I'll go back to the Regidrago, and it's still like at half. But here we go. Game number 2. The teams are on the same sides this time. Or no, yes, they are.
I just picture a half-beaten Regidrago later on being like, help me, secure me, please. But yeah, looking at the bans here, buddy, no changes from either side and very understandable bans as well.
Yeah, I believe the first pick Mew can be a priority. I think Mew is just a really good character, so I like seeing the enemies picking up the Mew, seeing how good Danny was playing on the Mew, and you obviously is a really good Mew as well. So I'm curious to see if we're gonna see a speedster from the right side, since they already showed the Mew. From this perspective, it's like strong bot lane, having a support, so potentially they might go for a double mage composition at the end. And this is something that you always have to keep in mind. The double pick at the 4 or 5 pick, if there's 2 carries, you have to be on the same page. They picked Blazik and Gyarados, so it wasn't like the best composition. So I'm excited to see what the enemies will pick against the Blasters in Miraidon, since now that they have strong top, strong bot, and the last pick on the Lost Heroes could be a speedster, they need to like show the composition that they built up, so Oskita can decide on a counter pick.
We are going to get the Machamp coming onto the field. I think the Enemies is one of the only teams here in the EUL that actually uses this Pokemon to varying degree, although we did see Nachos on it for a little bit. But there is the Speedster. Los Duros, Oscar looks like it's not quite the Speedster background, but Defozudo Speed 3. Oh no, they're going to move on to the Pawmot instead. Interesting, Husky.
Okay, the Pawmot coming back out. So we did see it do pretty well in the previous set, but we are still not super sure about how good this thing actually is. I do really like when teams take away a pick that worked really well from the previous team, even like especially in situations like this, because if nothing else, it makes them have to think. Like if they wanted to play Mew again, they have to take another second to be like, all right, what do I play instead? Does this work with our comp? Does anyone else need to change what pick that they're actually picking if I go with something else here? So it made them think a little bit more. I am excited to see this Machamp, though. It's a pick. It has like it's a tougher early game, and it's a little bit terrifying if it does get online. So I'm looking forward to seeing it come out here.
What do we think they're going to use on it, Ghatlue? Because I'm thinking probably the Champ Cena with the submission, just to try and put that crowd control over to Los Duros here.
Yeah, I actually think I don't mind both drafts. I think Machamp's submission looks really good here. I think Pawmot is also a pretty good choice. Like, I believe that Pawmot sucks into Speedstars and sucks into LBCC compositions. So he can use them fully to cancel the submission and stuff. So I believe that Pawmot is actually going to shine in this game. I don't know. I don't believe I'm saying this right now, but I believe it right now.
We've got Ghatlue in disbelief coming into this second game here. Let's go. The enemies here on your purple side. Los Duros still on your orange side.
Look at this little Machop heading up to the top path. These are 2 3-stage evolution Pokemon. Gonna shake hands in the top path here. While there is an Eldegoss and the Blissey. Heal off for a second to make sure that there's no invades, and then they'll just head right back at the top path. That's such an interesting little like thing there.
Gotta get that vision, because we've seen Pawmot get invaded already today, so smart from Los Duros to do just that. They continue with this bottom lane damage though, and Miraidon and Suicune is such a strong lane down here.
Here comes the Talonflame. They want to try to cut off this Miraidon, but the Miraidon did already see them, so they are going to be able to get away, but definitely interesting so far. Ooh, the Snorlax very, very low. Talonflame tries to come in to mitigate some of this damage. Flame Charge will come out. And wow, that ends up being both going down here early.
Oh, that's the bird coming out on top. The bird is the word, apparently. Galaxy with the eject button as well, dashing onto Oscar. Doesn't find the KO though. The heals and the shields came through, and they go back to Nurse Joy with an evolution coming through onto the Squirtle.
And the Blissey also does get an evolution here. Always better to pick up a KO on the carry rather than the one holding the EXP share. So good moves for them. Level 6 now on this Mew. They can start kind of rolling over them if they do have the ability to. And there it is! The Machamp does have submission.
Oh, Champ Cena on the field here, chat, as they get ready to score more points in as well. Louisian trying to do the impossible here and defend against Free, continuously scoring these points. 79 in to 0 for the enemies. Again, Los Duros are struggling to score, but they're looking for these levels and KOs. Ready Drago has just spawned on in. Currently, they have a couple here from the enemies. Talonflame has shown up, so they do have the secure, but here comes Palmer, looking to see what they can do. Clem with a brilliant zoning going on in. The fly comes down, but it's going to be Palmer that finds it. Oscar takes the objective. The Machamp manages to find the KO, and Blissey cleans them up.
Just a little slap there from the Blissey. Snorlax also goes down here. I mean, the Palmot did go down, but what a fantastic follow-up from Los Duros to be able to capitalize on what they did. They got the secure, and they also went in and did enough damage to lower the health of multiple Pokemon on the enemies. So Miraidon from the backline with that Charge Beam can just start shredding, which is one of those things that makes Palmot great here, because Palmot can just stand there and brawl while those Charge Beams are coming through.
Yeah, you know what? Having that conversation with Daddy Leon, it's kind of opened my eyes a little bit. We do see how much this Palmot can go in and be such a nuisance. It's kind of sticking when it dives on in and causes those issues. Right now, though, Danny sat right behind No Way, proving themselves to be too difficult to catch with those enhanced charge beams. The rips on the Regieleki is here. The freeze comes through. They have to get the Mystical Mirage used from the Mew. Who's going to get the secure, though? Zoning's trying to come. The fly is perfect as they manage to steal it away from Los Duros. And they look for the KOs here as well. Husky Danny is caught out, and that is going to be the enemies getting everything they need down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, the Mew thought that they had it, and I was like, oh no, the Mew's a little bit too early, but the Talon ends up coming in with a perfectly timed fly. They're just going to go for that 30-point overcap right here, and it's now 167 to 72. The enemies really trying to bring this back in game 2.
Oh wow, this is going to end up going game 3, isn't it? It has felt like the enemies have managed to get those Pokemon online that they needed to. Looking at sort of those late game stages, right now we're at the 6-minute mark. Machamp is on the field. Los Duros look like they want to fight in the central area and see what they can find in regards to experience from the enemies. And we do have an objective here ready to go in the top side.
Look at the way Los Duros is moving around in this bottom path. As for being very, very close to each other, Palma jumps in. Wow, what a volt switch there. The Mew trying to defend against it, but a big Unite move comes out. The Mew will go down, and the Palma wants to keep going. The Eldegoss has to back away while the rest of Los Duros goes for their scores. Here comes the Snorlax, though. Huge heavy slam followed by the Flame Sweep from the Talonflame. Miraidon Unite move is out. The Meteor Storm will take down the Eldegoss, and the Goal Zone will drop. But this Snorlax and Talonflame, the Mew coming back in with a Solar Beam too. Everyone on Los Duros will fall.
Oh my days, revenge is getting revenge for that previous game. They are absolutely cooking on this Talonflame, and they haven't quite got an answer for it at the moment. Every time they try and get it with crowd control, it's very hard to catch, very sticky. And now they're going to go for the rip on the Registeel here for the side of the enemies as well. Getting some zoning coming in from Jimido. They've got the secure from the Talonflame. Huge bit of zoning coming out again from Clem, and they do take the Registeel. Endless Ice Spikes was used to try and find it, but they get no benefit from it.
Huge moves here from the enemies. This Snorlax is just unreal. The Machamp Barrage Blow will come out. Doesn't quite get any KOs just yet, but it doesn't matter. There's still enough damage on the enemies to make it look like they should not be down one game. 2 KO streak for the Mew, and now the Miraidon will also get picked up, thrown down, and taken out by this Talon.
That was just punishment, absolutely untold. Poor people just really giving crowd control over to Danny, and they can do nothing but go back to Nurse Joy. We're about to hit the 4-minute mark here, 265 points to 93. The enemies have started to take control of Faya Sky Ruins. They've got levels, they've got points, and it seems like every team fight, they're the ones coming out on top.
Yeah, right now it absolutely seems so. Nearly 200 points ahead. 4 minutes on the clock, so there's still a lot of Pokemon Unite left to be played. Snorlax with these heavy slam engagements are so perfect, setting up the Mew for that incredible Solar Beam secure. Regieleki will be moving towards Los Duros' Tier 2 Goal Zone, but the Palmot comes in with the Unite move. They don't want to stop here. The Blissey has to follow them, but great follow-up here from the enemies will take down the little rat.
Not enough support, unfortunately. The Zip Zap Full Charge Spark goes in, but even with Blissey being there, Los Duros have to defend this Regieleki. They're already behind on points. They really need to deal with it, and that's what they're going to do, enabling the enemies to go and grab even more experience. Husky, we have a level 14 Talonflame on the field, and it hit that at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, this Talonflame is just proving to be kind of exactly what Ghatlue said, the importance of having a speedster with your scaling all-rounder, just to let it do what it wants to do. And this Machamp, we haven't seen too much of it here, but it's just been quietly farming, getting that level 13, which it does have now. Blastoise, same thing. We haven't really seen too much of it here, but this Pokemon is also at level 13 now.
I think we're going to have one of those games where it all comes down to the Groudon fight. Los Duros know they need to get these levels, keep their Unite moves, and have a brilliant Groudon fight. 30 seconds to go. They're already getting set up to see if they can get a little bit of vision on the approach that the enemies might take.
I mean, they are definitely behind here in terms of the levels. Machamp finds 2. So Los Duros won't be able to set up the way that they would like to. 15 seconds left. Both teams are circulating in this Groudon pit. But it looks like the enemies will have the positional advantage. It's going to take some big poke here from Los Duros to be able to catch somebody out. Look at this Mew. Look how aggressive their positioning is. Huge Solar Beam. Almost one-shots this Blissey. And the Talonflame already starting to chip at this Groudon. And Los Duros cannot find a way in.
Gotta watch out for Galaxy coming in with that barrage blow from behind as well. Looks like they're going to go for a score and give themselves an even more extended lead. Los Duros should really take the fight here, not having Machamp in it. The fly comes through, looking to see if they can find the Pawmot. They dash out as well. Enhanced Charge Beam coming on through. Doesn't find any KOs with it just yet. The enemies have the control right now. Los Duros having to go on the retreat. Doesn't find the Machamp, but at least they don't have that flank threat anymore.
Wow, what a great play there from the enemies. Machamp was not there, but they held off in a 4v5 situation. And now Talonflame has free reign to go in on this backline. They will get caught out, though. Not going down with the Flame Sweep. Mew also very low. The Snorlax, the heavy slams are really hitting. 4 members of Los Duros trying to deal with the Snorlax on their own. Machamp takes Pawmot off screen. So now it's 5v4 once again. Talonflame does reset, and they will be coming back.
Oh my god, the Galaxy's doing absolute work here for Los Duros. Endless Ice Spikes is going to come on through. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to do enough to keep at least the Snorlax on the field. They do manage to find Galaxy though, and Los Duros look for more here, trying to see if they can find you. There's the Hydro Typhoon, doesn't really connect on enough though as Mew mines the Suicune, and now they're going to see if they can get the rip on the Groudon. We got 30 seconds left as the fly comes through. Danny is so weak at the moment. Jarmadu is looking for the KO, and they do find it with assistance from the Mew, but Los Duros finding free from the enemies. There goes the Mew. 20 seconds left though, Husky. Can they score? 74 going in again from the Talonflame. I don't think they've got enough time to do this.
They don't have enough time. I mean, the Pawmot and the Blastoise are ripping as much as they can. The Blissey doesn't have the time to even score. The Talon is able to get there in time, and there is not going to be enough time for Los Duros to come back. And this is going to be, once again, a Game 3 situation.
Oh my days, they just ran out of time, and that's the difficulty you've got to keep an eye on. The enemies were brilliant at being able to stall that fight out. Ghatlue, how did you find that one, buddy?
I definitely think that Pawmot might not be the play anymore after watching this play. I believe that the Talonflame and the Mew were such a fantastic duo to watch, especially the Snorlax as well. I felt like the enemy's team composition was very in sync, while Louisian and Galaxy were just fighting on top and vibing almost the entire game. The other 4 from Team Enemies just did a lot of work. Like they had like great synergy in terms of the secures, and I felt like Pawmot was a good character because they didn't have that much CC. And then I forgot Eldegoss can literally just play Cotton Spore, and like there's not really much Pawmot can attack. If Pawmot engages, Mew runs away. Submission, Machamp runs away. And I think the problem with Pawmot is he doesn't have CC in his kit, so he can't really execute enemies as well. So I believe what Los Duros was missing was a speedster as well to counter the Talonflame, because when the game changed was when Talonflame was early ganking a lane, and then he was just on the map. Top bot. He was just everywhere getting stacks, and he was just completely controlling the game.
It was. I mean, what a way to bounce back, right, Husky? We knew this was probably going to go to a gain-free situation, but again, I mean, we saw over 100k damage coming in from you on the Mew there. I think the difficulty is that Los Duros, they just couldn't get anything onto it in that Groudon fight, and I think with Ghatlue saying the Speedster may have been the call.
Yeah, I feel like teams don't really value Speedsters highly enough because they're not always the best in team fights, but they can really shut down a lot of what the enemy team is trying to do. Not necessarily the enemy is the team that we're watching, but just in general, the enemy team that the team is playing against. Teams love to make names that make casters' jobs really particularly difficult. But yeah, I think that I also do think that picking away this Mew first was really, really valuable for the enemies to be able to set up a lot of the control that they had in that draft. You wouldn't normally think that an attacker first pick is the best call because, yeah, you can easily counter something like that on the other side. There's a little bit more options. You can kind of see exactly what's going on in the heads of the enemy team when they first pick some attacker Pokemon. And one that's not even, I mean, Mew's very good, not necessarily even broken. But I do think that picking that away caught Los Duros off guard and had to make them think a little bit harder about their draft.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Going into the third game here for the second set, bans are going to stay the same. Buzzwole is going to continue to be banned out. What do we think the first pick is going to be here? Will they put the more importance on the ranged attacker just to enable them to keep that away? Yes, they do. You does the same.
Wow, yeah, they are going to first pick that Mew once again. A couple options here for Los Duros. They might want to grab this Blissey, and they do. We saw it heal quite a lot in the previous game. They do have the option for Suicune as well, and they are hovering over it here, and they will just go ahead and lock that in. I think that Suicune does best with Pokemon that also do CC, but obviously Blissey and Suicune are, some of the best two Pokemon in the game.
Looks like we might be running it back here, Ghatlue. Nearly everything is the same so far. Well, I mean, you would go for it, wouldn't you, if you're the enemies, because it worked for you.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Snorlax is such an important figure in the draft against Suicune and Blissey because he's such a menace to play against. Especially he can just block Suicune's CC abilities or the way the abilities work. It's kind of strange because you don't want to give the enemies Blissey, you don't want to give them Suicune, so you just pick both of them. And then you forgot that Snorlax exists, and Snorlax and Mew is a very scary bot lane to play against. And from the previous game, if the Snorlax and Mew wins the bot lane again, it's gonna be tough for them. So the enemies are literally going the same comp, but we have some changes from Los Duros or Skita picking up the Zacian, which I very much like because Zacian is just such a great Pokemon. And I believe that Midadon is just there to help the early game on bot lane go better. However, again, like not picking a Speedster, I feel like we are just giving Mew free reign to carry. However, it's like a semi-Speedster, like Blue Urshifu, right? So I guess it depends on how well Louisian is gonna play, but depending on his item set, he might play the Red Urshifu. What do you guys think?
I think I'm with you in the sense that I think it has to be the Blue Bear here. You've got to put pressure on you here, don't you, Husky? If you don't, you're just gonna have a repeat of what just happened.
But look at their items, they're changing it up here. So it does look like it's set more up to be a Red Bear. I guess they really do want to go for secure contest against this Talonflame, potentially be able to one-shot the Mew if they are able to catch up to it. But yeah, this triple all-rounder, well, I guess it's a double all-rounder, and Suicune isn't an all-rounder, it's a defender in this situation. But yeah, the 3 purple backgrounds, gonna be an interesting one to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Red Bear. I mean, of course, you do want the secure, and you do need it on your team, but you do have Zacian as well. It's Ghatlue, what are you thinking? Because if you don't put any pressure on you, they've just dropped 100k, and you just weren't able to deal with them with how much revenge was dropping as well.
I think if they're confident in winning the lane, it should be fine. It's just you can't afford to lose a lane being level 5 while Mew's level 7, almost level 8. So it really depends on how they execute it, identifying maybe Snorlax invades the Urshifu, and having a game plan. Because it's more all about game plan and strategies than it's just execution. So
100%. Well, here we go. It's our second game free of the day so far, and it looks like Eldegoss might be showing a little bit of face for that invade, as well as the Snorlax double invade, or at least zoning coming out from Los Duros.
I mean, you may as well with a Kung Fu in there. You don't want to give an opportunity for this thing to get ahead. The Eldegoss does not get the red buff that will go over to the Blissey. Didn't quite see. It looks like the Suicune was able to defend against the Snorlax, but here comes the Talonflame as well. They go one buff right into the enemy central area, take down the Blissey, and get that red buff back.
I'm pretty sure we just saw the eject button out of revenge as well. No Way now has to defend against the free, whilst the Kung Fu really should be going for what experience they can try and take away. Louisian has been chased out here, and I think you've just got to accept this is not your central area anymore.
I mean, this Miraidon and this Zacian should be, especially the Zacian, should just be a lot more aggressive right now when you have 3 of the enemies in your central area. And look at them now, heading into this bottom path, force the eject button out of the Miraidon, and they're just kind of rolling over the central area and the Los Duros bottom path right now. Talonflame, though, they will go down. Level 5 is given over to the Miraidon, and almost able to take down this Mew.
Oh, it's a brilliant effort from Danny, and at least Los Duros have started to respond in kind in the top lane. They do get a little bit more aggressive with it, but they haven't seen the points to show for it just yet. The Natus are going to go to the enemies as they're getting ready for the Regidrago to come in, and they still don't have that Urshifu on the field yet.
Look at that as well. The Mew almost getting away once again, but they finally will get taken out. Couple points. Going to go in for Los Duros in the bottom path while Regidrago is almost up. And Urshifu only just hit that level 5. And it is, in fact, a Dark Bear while the enemies are starting to move up into this top path. Here comes Urshifu and Blissey. 13 points from the Talonflame will go in. Machamp is already level 6, and the Suicune goes down quickly here.
It's a brave bird Talonflame now, and I tell you what, the enemies just seem to have found the comp that works for them. Los Duros, though, they've managed to score a couple more points than them, and they are trying to keep up at least. They've definitely got extra levels now, but I think it is revenge that's going to be the issue as the brave bird comes through again. But Danny locks in the Regidrago for Los Duros. The enhanced charge being proving itself to be too much for them to handle, trying to see if they can get the beam with it with Mew, and they do. Mew tries to get the escape now because we do have that red bear trying to chase them down. The enemies managed to sneak quite a few away with that.
I mean, Los Duros, great job at securing that Regidrago, but at the end of the day, the enemies is still controlling this game very heavily. Another Solar Beam will come out from the Mew, and we're starting to see that the Blissey with the Soft Boil can heal up a lot of this poke damage, but there's just so much damage that's coming out from this Mew right now. It is going to be particularly difficult to deal with this thing.
All right, first objectives on the field. It's going to be a Regirock here. Clem trying to go on in with the zone, and there's the heavy slam, trying to see if they can keep away the red bear, but it's going to get the secure it was looking for anyway. Beam's ready to go here as Danny gets prepared with it. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to rain on down, trying to see if they can stop the Talonflame, but they find the KO anyway, and the enemies may not find the objective, but they find all of the KOs afterwards.
Revenge trying to go in on this Blissey. Big Brave Bird will come in, but does not connect. It does not matter, though. The Snorlax and the Eldegoss are here to zone, and he will be able to get a couple of stacks in. 120 to 40 right now. Neither team has broken a goal zone just yet, but the enemies are set up for some pretty decent overcaps.
Los Duros are going to respond with another 40 dunk, trying to catch up on that point lead by the enemies, but they're just going to continue to battle it out down in this bottom lane. You looking to see if they can get that boosted onto No Way there, but they go back to their pads. And right now, they're just going to continue to fight and farm until we have another objective spawning in.
Urshifu was able to take down Talonflame in the central area. We weren't quite able to see how that fight went down, but that's really good for them to make sure that the Talon doesn't start running away with this game. And also picking up another KO with this bottom path is the Miraidon. They take down Snorlax, but Mew and Eldegoss are still here looking for the Suicune. Wow, that's a lot of damage.
That it is. Right now, though, they do have the Machamp online, ready to go at this 5-minute mark. Objectives about to come in on that bottom lane. Looks like they want to show face here at least. We've had the entirety of this game just being a battle between this Machamp and Zacian in the top lane, and they're going to continue to allow that to happen as Talonflame rotates to the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is looking not as dire as we thought it was going to be looking for Los Duros at this point in the game, but still, look at this Talonflame coming in, the aerial ace resets, but they do get taken down. Big moves here from this red bear. And, you know, we talked about really wanting to see a blue bear just to get on top of this Mew, but it seems like they've been taking care of this Talonflame pretty well at the very least. Look at those infinite ice spikes come down trying to go for the zoning, but here comes the Snorlax Unite.
Power going to do enough for crowd control here, but they have managed to sneak around with the red bear. Regice is going to come on through to the side of Lost Heroes. Bravebird dies through as well, looking to see if they can find the Blissey, and they do. Aerial Ace comes through to the flame sweep, and they find another as they look to shut down Louise in here. They're so weak. One more Bravebird would do it, but they manage to get up the flux zone. No Way gets the freeze onto them, and Zacian has come to cut them down. Back to the Pokemon Center. Clem tries to run, but Lost Heroes gets so much experience from that.
We have got ourselves a game here. 4 minutes on the clock, and these teams are deadlocked right now. No goal zones have gone down. Though the enemies has a bit of a point lead, it is not much. The game could switch at any time. Look at this Eldegoss right now. Down in that bottom path, hanging out, waiting for somebody to leave. Zacian does get the Regidragos. That gets a little bit more experience for them. Wow, Suicune. Great job hanging out there to make sure that that's 40 points do not go in.
Oh, Jinbei trying to be a bit sneaky with it. Sees the Suicune and goes, oh, nope, I don't fancy that anymore. Regieleki's going to be taken by Lost Duros. Galaxy did want to see if they could get a steal on that, but decides against it. And I would just let this walk in, to be honest. I mean, Lost Duros are going to leave it to do what it wants to do while the enemies look for the fight here. They dive on in. Talonflame is going to find the Shifu again. Bright Future Meteor Storm buys a little bit of space for Lost Duros here, but the enemies continue to fight through. Flame Sweep is going to connect again. Bravebird straight onto the face of this Zacian. Sovereign Sword was ready to go, wasn't quite used just yet, but they are going to get KO'd for the efforts. No, they don't. They get out. Bravebird can't find them. Danny pulling in a shift here. Looks like they will go down, but not after a amount of efforts from the enemies.
Finally, the points go in here and one goal zone. Both goal zones in this top path are now broken. And we've got about a 50-point lead here for the enemies. But again, seems like a very generally passive scoring game. The teams have not really been trying to push goals. They've just been trying to get picks where they can and trying to be as passive as possible. Urshifu and Miraidon are level 13. We do have a level 14 on this Zacian, matching that of the Talonflame. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Registeel has spawned in the bottom path, but we're not super clear on whether or not either of these teams want to go for it. It looks like Los Duros will.
Do have you here as well on the Mew. Gotta zone that out. They try with the beam, but it is going to be taken by Oscar. So now Lost Duros have a massive buff coming into this Groudon fight. And realistically, the ball is in their court. They are currently losing. They're the ones that have to make the play here.
But they do have 2 level 14s, as opposed to just 1 level 14 on the side of the enemies. So they do have a little bit of a level advantage. It's going to be up to them to try to deal with this Talonflame and the Mew as well, because there's just a lot of poke damage coming out that they just haven't really had an answer for just yet. Mew connects a big Mewsted auto attack, but the Shred from Danny also doing a lot of poke.
Gotta keep protection around Danny here. Talonflame is going to be looking for that KO, and that enhanced charge beam is going to be your main part of the DPS right now. Look at how low it's managing to get Clem here. Power Nap is here. There's the engage. Looks like we're going to go on in with a Machamp as well. Getting ready. Endless Ice Spikes is going to connect. Flame Sweep, though, onto the side of No Way. Sovereign Sword ready to go. Will that pop on off? No, it doesn't just yet. But they did manage to at least defend against the barrage blow. But right now, they just can't deal with what Yu is bringing to them. Talonflame lands again. Double KO comes out from the Zacian, but is it going to be enough as Yu connects with another Bravebird, manages to come out on top. Alpha Noah here against the world, and Revenge has just cleaned up Lost Duros.
Wow, what a fight. Almost everybody goes down there. I thought the Swablues were going to contest this Talonflame, but they are able to get their points in, and it's looking pretty dire here for Los Duros. After a great fight, they were able to take down so many enemy Pokemon, but they really needed that Zacian to stay up, and unfortunately, they just barely lost out to that Talonflame.
Yeah, I mean, any hope for Lost Duros here is to go for the rip, but again, Revenge just comes in, shows up for a little bit of a snack and takes Lost Duros for their efforts. Suicune sent back to the Pokemon Center. Right now, there's 10 seconds left, not enough time for Lost Duros to do anything. The enemies is going to take this one with a 2-1 victory.
very well played by Los Duros, especially in that first and third game, but the enemy's just too strong. And I also do want to point out how bold it is for Snorlax to be going Yawn into Miraidon. I just feel like that's such an interesting call, but it worked so well for them. Like, it just kind of shows how good they really are.
The audaciousness of it. Ghatlue, welcome back, buddy. Revenge seemed to be a bit unstoppable in that game.
Yeah, I was kind of questioning the Brave Bird in the beginning because they do have like a lot of CC to stop the Brave Bird from shining. But at the end of the day, I believe the Brave Bird was executed pretty well and just showcasing the strength of the player itself and Talonflame. It was really fun to watch. I really liked those duos. I think I kind of get why they were like fan favorites to watch, because they're really fun to watch. They have really good strengths, and I believe that Oskita is a player that is more useful in the game when he rotates. Unlike the other game, where he was just stuck topping against Galaxy the entire game, he was actually putting a lot of pressure on the enemies with the Zacian rotating every time. But congrats on the enemies, really well played by the Talonflame. Again, like just jumping in and zoning out the enemies, starting the team fight, surviving, and just a back and forth and just keep going in. And especially, I don't really know, like, I want to know your thoughts about the early game, because we did talk about the Mew being so strong in the early game, and then we just sacrificed Mew's entire early game by invading and just playing around top lane side. He was literally stuck level 5, but in Miraidon, like, Danny was playing it really well in the early game.
I think because they gave so much to the invade, but I don't feel like Lost Heroes capitalized on it quick enough. I felt like, and I know Husky did, that the Oscar could have been a little bit more aggressive in the top side, but Danny very comfortable in it in the bottom. So I kind of agree with you. I think they sent a lot over to try and limit what they could on the side of Lost Heroes, but that was quite a risky move.
I think they were just more worried about the Urshifu getting online than they were about Mew being able to catch up. I think they just had faith in their Mew that they would be able to continue putting in a ton of damage, which they proved to do throughout the entire game, even though they didn't have necessarily the early game that would be ideal. I think they were just a little bit more concerned about making sure that, number one, the Urshifu didn't get online, and number two, that they piss off Los Duros. They make them like tilt a little bit.
Yeah. It's an interesting strategy, and I feel like that was as good as a set as we were hoping for. It was brilliant between the both. We are going to head to oh no, in fact, Ghatlue, give us your one more thing, buddy.
So I think what is like very cool to like analyze is, at the end of the day, it's Groudon, it's not Rayquaza. You can't secure Rayquaza in the last 10 seconds and score. Before you can just run and then have a shield and believe that you can make the score. But the enemies can literally just wait on the pad and stop you from scoring. So the last 20 seconds are going to be so much worse than it used to be.
Yeah, you can't really go for the rip and secure anymore. I feel like once you hit that 20-second mark, if Groudon's at full health, your only choice is to really push some goals as a team. Realistically, it's very, very tough. But we're going to head to a quick break chat while we get the next set ready to go. Grab yourself a drink and a snack, because we're going to be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. I hope you've got plenty of hydration ready to go because we have Ultimate versus the Victory Road coming up next.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Ultimate kind of seen as the team to beat here, and Victory Road has been doing pretty well. They've had their hiccups along the way, but they have also been doing pretty good. So look at these stats. Ultimate only lost one set in the regular EUL season. Victory Road has a very, very good win rate as well.
Everybody knows this team. So you've got Kioro, Nachos, Traffy, Mbok, and Qatar. I believe Traffy came in the final week. I think it was about week 13 that we saw Traffy coming in. And this team have been dominant. The first time that they lost a game, never mind a game, was week 11 versus Cathy DeMartin. And then in week 13, they finally lost a set against Crash Out GG. But they always find a way to get a win.
I mean, this roster you'd expect to be pretty insane. Nachos, a very well-known player in the European, in Europe, in the European region. I was trying to think of the word region. In the region, and the rest of the squad as well, just really strong. Let's take a look at the Victory Road.
Yeah, this is the Victory Road. We've got Cesar, Louisin, Mifo, Greg, and Aslanico here for that team. They've got pretty good accolades, and they've been doing very well, although definitely losing a little bit of their momentum in the most recent weeks. Of course, they ended up losing in week 13 against Verbs Esports for the biggest upset we've seen yet.
Yes, that was so fun to watch, but here we go. Draft already getting kicked off. I mean, we've had two really long games with both game number 3s, and so we are getting right into it here.
Ghatlue, what do we think? We've got bans coming on through already. Suicune, no surprise. I think they're probably going to stick with what we've already been seeing most of the day.
I think I'm excited to see how Mew is gonna develop at the end of the day, because maybe Mew is just a player that when you are good at Mew, you're just gonna play it, right? So I'm curious to see if we're gonna see a Mew shine in this set. Obviously, Ultimate is their favorite to win right now with the 13-1 score, but there's always gonna be a upset. I think Aslan is such a passionate and competitive opponent. I played with him the game by assembly and also won with him in the LAN French. So I'm really looking forward to see how they will perform with their team against such a strong team. We also see that BH3 Rezo is subbing in for Team Ultimate, so it's going to be a very scary team to face.
Yeah, that really is. This is going to be quite interesting. I mean, they were already a very solid team to face anyway, but having them here, this is tough. And the thing is, we see so many teams trying to limit what Nachos can do, but I mean, Husky, one of the most difficult trainers to even try to limit in this game.
Yeah, it is really difficult to do. And Resu will lock in that Zacian, and we're seeing Eldegoss, which is a supporter that I feel like people don't talk about a ton, but it's still seen quite a lot, and it's very strong. What we don't normally see is the Psyduck pick, but from what I can remember, Greg really likes this pick, so the Psyduck is something that we'll get to see here.
Yeah, Ghatlue, talk us a little bit about the Psyduck, because we haven't seen much of it, but we've definitely seen Greg play it quite a bit here in the EUL.
A character that is kind of forgotten, that is very strong in the early game. It is not a support in the sense that it can heal, but it can disrupt, it can has a lot of CC, and it's very good in Zacian. Zacian is a character that is forced to engage and be in the melee range. So if you're able to catch up Zacian with the CC abilities, it's gonna be very useful. It's kind of like very fast draft, I have to say, but I guess people are comfortable with what they pick. We see the Mew, we see the Zoroark, heavy early game for the Victory Road. We're going for the Decidueye against the Mew, which is a good pick. And obviously, the Azumarill is going to be an exciting pick. I think Azumarill is a pick that is very strong in the early game. It has a lot of fighting potential, but I might think this pick is just to have fun.
I mean, have fun, absolutely. I mean, I like the fact that the Victory Road are going to take the Zoroark away, because teams have finally learned after 13 weeks that whilst it's very difficult to limit Nachos, you definitely cannot let them take Zoroark. So you at least have to take that away, and they go for the pick instead. But now they're going to bring out an Azumarill, which is so exciting, Husky, because we never see this Pokemon, but of all people to play it, it's Nachos.
Yeah, Mr. Hugger Rider coming out with the Azumarill pick. I do love to see this come out. I think that Ultimate's just very, very confident, and they do just kind of want to have a little bit of fun. But the Victory Road's composition is very interesting, and I am looking forward to seeing what they're bringing. I do love to see this Mew coming back, and yeah, I mean, I think they have a lot of really, really solid picks, so it should be an interesting game.
All right, Ghatlue, before we head on into it, buddy, give us your prediction for this game.
I think that Victory Road is going to have a tough thing. I hope that they're going to have a 1 win into potentially winning the set.
Oh, okay, here we go. This is going to be the third set of the day. It's Victory Road on your purple side, taking on Ultimate here on your orange side.
Here they go. Decidueye is a fun pick as well, and we don't get to see this a ton, but I feel like the Azumarill like overshadowed our shock to see Decidueye. At least it can rip. I would love to see us pull out a Razor Leaf here. That would be particularly interesting. But I feel like even though auto attackers aren't seen as super viable in path, I think that they do very well for anti-stacking and just doing a lot of really consistent damage to keep the enemies on their paths here. Nachos now in this top path, went for an early gank out of the central area with the Aqua Tail.
This is going to be quite the matchup as Zorak comes in here as well. Just going around with the pair. Manages to drop a decent amount of damage onto Rezu here. And they're going to find it on the back of Buzzwall's damage as well. Nachos tries to zoom him out, but the Victory Road managed to find a huge KO.
Yeah, they strike first here in game number 1. This is Azumarill now level 5. It's going to be difficult to fight against this Zoroark who comes in big combo here. Takes them both down in one. What an Electro Ball from this Mew.
All right, Victory Road getting really aggressive in the early stages. Ultimate are not used to that, and they're managing to find the points and levels at least. They're going to need to keep it up, though, and it's going to be on the back of what Mephil can do with this Zorak to do just that as they dive back on in here, looking to see if they could find Bingo. They're going to get back to the pad on the back of their focus band.
I think the Victory Road is saying, well, if you think that you're going to be able to troll us with some of these picks and still do well, you are definitely mistaken. Buzzwole now level 6.5, and Ultimate has been kept to 0 points so far in this game.
Yeah, definitely not what we're used to seeing. Surf's going to come on through from Greg here. Looks like they can find Rezu again, but no, they do manage to get away, trying to see if they can cut them off, and they do find it. The Victory Road is 100% winning this top lane battle, and I was not expecting that.
Look at them trying to take down the Eldegoss as well. They just ticked into level 5, and they will have to go away. They have to use their X speed for it and everything. Azumarill, not even level 7 yet. Nobody's level 7 yet on Ultimate, and we're almost close to Unite moves here on the Victory Road. Mew gets a level 8 Unite move. Finally, some points will go in for Ultimate. They waited for the Victory Road to go for the Regidrago in that central area, and they're able to put their points in.
Yeah, smart way to make sure that you get experience as well. And now they do have Decidueye on the field. And Bingo trying to go in and just get that disruption through so that Decidueye can get the rest of this experience in the bottom lane. The Victory Road will not let that top lane go, though. They're so aggressive with it, and they've broken the pad as the objectives spawn on in.
But Regice in this bottom path, and very good rip from this Decidueye means that they can just take this down. Snorlax is going to jump in with a big heavy slam block to shove Decidueye into the wall while the rest of the team continues to push. Big Solar Bee, but it's not going to be enough. The Decidueye on Ultimate will go ahead and secure that objective.
Now it looks like they're trying to see if they can clean up these KOs and go for a push. Beams come through from Pool. They're not going to find anybody just yet, but it's enough for Ultimate to back to their goal. And now they want to go and grab what experience they can, Husky, because right now they are definitely a little bit behind as we do see the control of these all-rounders coming through.
But Ultimate still proving why they are one of the best teams that, I mean, if not the best team in this league. Still maintaining a little bit of control, able to get to their level 9s, get to their Unite moves. Now Nachos looking for this Zoroark who's disguised as the Azumarill. Comes in with a big Unite move here. No Unite move yet from Azumarill. The Buzzwole will take them down instead. I don't know why we didn't see the Unite move come out.
No, neither do I. That was a good combo using the Nightfall Daze into the Swole Slam, and it just enables Cesar to come in and clean up the rest of Ultimate here. Victory Road mean business, and they are cashing out as they find the carries from Ultimate. Has to keep away from Qatar here, though, because they are very weak, and Decidueye finds easy KOs on the back of these snipes coming on in. Ultimate on a little bit of a back foot here, but this is one of the teams that you just cannot count out of these games.
Yeah, I mean, the Zoroark really should theoretically be going so hard on this Decidueye, but they're just not able to find a way in. The Spirit Shackles are hitting really well, and the Trevenant is doing a great job of insulating that bird to make sure that they are not able to be dove as hard as the Zoroark wants to.
Ooh, Nachos has been caught out there, unfortunately. The heavy slam comes through, catches them, and the difficulty is when you have 4 people around you, you ain't gonna do much damage because you're all there for the 1v1 action. Objectives about to come on in. Spirit Shackles are connecting left and right here. Zoning coming out from Aslan as they dive in with a heavy slam. Power nap through as well. Phantom Forest comes through, and it looks like the cleanup is here as they go through on Mephil. They find the KO onto the Decidueye, and the Victory Road are just going for the KOs here. They're not bothered about the objective. Clean up Ultimate, and then you can go for it.
They finally found the engagement that they needed on that Decidueye, but Nachos isn't ready to give up this pad just yet. The Zoroark going for a big Night Slash. They will find it. Here comes the Zashi, and they do have a Metal Claw available, and I think that the Victory Road has decided enough points have gone in. They are likely going to go down now that everybody is back. Unite move from Decidueye, but it doesn't get anybody. Zacian will take a return KO on the Snorlax, but interestingly enough, Regice still holding strong.
The rip comes through from Ultimate here as well, even using the Sovereign Sword to lock it in. But brilliant effort from Cesar to block that knock-knock damage coming through to keep up Hula now. They do have at least a defense that they can put in here. Ultimate needed that. Looking at the levels, they have 100% caught up, if not given themselves a little bit of a lead on that side of things. But they need points, and they need more points as soon as possible.
Yeah, they need to break a goal zone or go for a push or something, but with this Snorlax, it's particularly difficult the way that they're timing those heavy slam blocks. 3 members of Ultimate now down in this bottom path, with also 3 level 12s right now on their team, whereas we do have this Zoroark already hitting that level 13.
Not able to find anybody with the wood hammer, so we are going to see Bingo back on up. Right now, just being a bit cautious of each other. The lock-in from the Regieleki comes from the Victory Road. I have liked the aggression from this team here. Ultimate is a very hard team to deal with, but if you keep the aggression up for most of the game, it looks like they're getting the advantage. The block comes through, takes 2 of them, pushing them into the central area, trying to get the crowd control from the Psyduck as well. As Ultimate, they do manage to get out of it as Buzzwell comes in, and no, they do connect. Nachos is sent back to Nurse Joy. Victory Road wants a little bit more here, Husky.
Nachos is just kind of walking in and seeing what happens here. We do have the Zoroark able to finally connect onto this Decidueye, and that's kind of what you have to watch out for if you're the Victory Road, because you can't let the Decidueye get dove that hard by this Zoroark. And now the Buzzwole has reached level 13 as well as the Zoroark, and we don't quite have the amount of levels that we would want to see on Ultimate at this point in the match. Victory Road definitely playing from ahead, but Ultimate is going to have to figure out a way to get in. And I'm sure they've got some very aggressive players and some very aggressive Pokemon, and I'm sure that they will have no problem making this first move.
Got to keep an eye on Mephil here. They're going to be looking for that flank. If they can pick up Decidueye, that will be absolutely massive. But Nachos has ran straight at them anyway. Nightfall Daze is going to come on through. Huge amount of damage where the Phantom Forest connects. And they do find the KO. The Rip is coming in from Ultimate as well. Swole Slam is going to connect. Whoa! But I think Victory Road take it. Only just though Mew connects. And there we go. Very Best is going to come through as well. Right now, Ultimate are just trying to see what they can take in regards to the crowd on Buzz. Hundo Burger connect, and Husky Victory Road looks like they're going to defeat this game 1.
Wow, yeah, Ultimate just goes for the GG here. They're like, well, we're aced. We don't think we're going to be able to get back in time. And I think that Ultimate was just kind of shown, like, yeah, maybe you can just play for fun and play what you want, but we're not going to be taking it lying down here. So Victory Road coming out on top of game number 1 and what many would consider to be a pretty big upset. But I think that Ultimate just kind of has to buckle down and maybe take this one a little bit more seriously.
Well, exactly that. Ghatlue, an impressive showing from the Victory Road in that one, right?
Yeah, really well played. I was very impressed with every single player from the Victory Road. They had a really strong showing in the first game. Ultimate obviously Qatar on the Decidueye and Rezo on the Zacian. However, even though they did manage to play this comp, I think that Victory Road just played really strong, like really well. Like the boss were always hitting the combos, adding a lot of pressure, hard winning the top lane, Zorua ganking top lane and making sure the Azumarill is not getting online, not abusing the Buzzwole on the top lane. Because it's the main issue about the Buzzwole. If he doesn't get level 5 early, you can kind of abuse it. But however, when you get level 5 early game, it's just going to be really strong. I think that the Night Slash moveset works really well, and Mifel just showcased in the competitive level that you are able to play this moveset in a tournament, which is really fun because these movesets got buffed and he executed it really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a moveset that we even see. I think this is the first time I've seen it in so long, Husky, despite the buff. So a huge shout out to Mewfield, really showcasing how that is a very viable moveset, and they were difficult to take down.
Yeah, they ended up being very, very difficult to take down. And I mean, I think this Buzzwole is always a really good call just because of the CC and this positioning ability. And then, you know, you get a player who really knows how to combo it well. And it was just kind of like your dive all-rounder that game. Just going in, not letting Nachos do what they wanted to do on that Azumarill. They didn't let them get the Unite moves off that they wanted. And that just kind of really shaped this game. Zoroark did a great job of going in on the Decidueye where they were needed, and I guess they just kind of capitalized off of Ultimate's aggression, and they were ready for it.
That they were. I mean, you know, just noting here that I believe Qatar is actually the defender player usually for Ultimate, so they were definitely playing a little bit off role, I would say, because they had been going there on the Trevenant and Qatar was on the Decidueye. I mean, Decidueye finding some great KOs and you know, the Unite moves didn't quite get as much out of them as they were looking for, but it just felt like the Victory Road were offended from Ultimate playing a little bit of fun picks there with the Azumarill and was like, nah, we ain't letting that stand here.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of wanted to troll. I guess you can do that in game number 1. You can go down a game, and it doesn't mean that you're out of it yet. So, you know, they just wanted to have a little bit of fun, troll a little bit, see how much they could get done. The Victory Road doesn't want to let that happen. So now with their backs against the wall, they're probably going to have to take game number 2 a little bit more serious.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Ghatlue? Because Ultimate have been such a dominant team. There's nothing more scarier than a team that is that serious when they have that many good players on their side.
Yeah, I just hope that they're not like relaxing now and just saying, okay, we won one game, we need to chill. I hope that they keep going for the aggression. I'm really happy to see Aslan shining as well, because Aslan used to be a player who was struggling in the competitive scene since he took a break, etc. So finding this balance between having a good team but also performing well himself is a very nice thing to see. Something I want to note down is, like you guys mentioned in the game, even though Ultimate was in a sense trolling, they were not like losing. They were getting objectives, making decisions based on the current state of the game, to not be able to like have a situation where they're 200 points behind and scored 0 points. So this is something that just strong teams are really good at, and I believe it's just very nice to see also like young players or rookies playing in these type of compositions or like teams like Mbok and Bingo. So I'm very happy for them to just showcase their strength as well.
Let's see what these bans are going to be then. They have swapped sides. Ultimate want to take this first pick instead. They're going to ban out the Suicune and Buzzwole. It is going to be the Penguin as well as the Hooper here from Victory Road by the looks of things.
Yeah, I mean, the bans make sense. They don't want to see Cesar's Buzzwole again. It looked really, really good in the last game. So, you know, they don't want to end up taking that one. And it looks like they are going to grab that Snorlax first pick. Definitely really solid. There's a lot of good Pokemon that could be banned right now. And there are a lot of good Pokemon that could be good for first picking. So they will go ahead and grab the Snorlax. The Victory Road lining up a couple of interesting calls here as they kind of decide what they want to do. And, oh, all right. Okay. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and lock in their defender support core with Darkrai and
I mean, Ghatlue, I like the Darkrai. I think it's very good in the meta at the moment, but that early on, I'm not sure about that.
So the Darkrai did get banned from last game. I'm not really familiar with Victory's Road Darkrai play. He does play the potion focus band, so he's a bit more of a tanky support more than anything. But I do believe that taking up the Darkrai this early when the enemy team doesn't even play Darkrai is not a good decision.
What a Victory Road cooking here. I never thought we'd see a Goodra on the field in the entirety of this EUL. They've tried to take the Azumarill here as well. I'm not sure why. I mean, they must be confident on what they're picking here, but Husky, this is a bit redonkulous, right?
Yeah, I guess it's their turn to troll now, right? They are going to force Ultimate to actually play the game, and they're going to troll for themselves and be like, all right, yeah, you want to like troll us game 1, then we'll troll you game 2, and we'll play one actual game in game number 3. I don't know what else to say about it.
I'm kind of just checking with production if things are good and we're not going to reset this, because I was not expecting a comp like that from the Victory Road. I mean, if things are good, we are not resetting. Thank you so much, production. So this is the comp that we currently have, Ghatlue.
I mean, if they want to go for this path, they're going to go for this path. If they win, they will extremely tilt ultimate. This is something they might be going for. So we just have to see how they're going to execute it. I see that Qatar is playing the top lane Trevenant. So I'm not sure how the sub affected the way Ultimate plays. But I'm assuming that they are missing the top laner right now, or attacker. So this is maybe something as well that like Ultimate has to face right now.
What I do like, though, I mean, we don't get to see much T-Tar, and I very much enjoy the Tyranitar. I have seen a couple of people feel like with the XP changes on this map, it's definitely viable, but it's all about the fact that it's not instant scoring. You can be stopped scoring in the final few moments here, Husky. So a Pokemon like Tyranitar that can drop, the Sand Tomb, it can be really important for trying to stop those final pushes.
Yeah, I think T-Tar will be an interesting call. It is a little bit more difficult when you don't really have a healer, but if you can set this thing up and give it a lot of experience, it could be good. That being said, the Victory Road's comp requires a lot of experience in general. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this. We do have Trevenant, and Ghatlue said it was the top lane Trevenant, but this one is the attacker in the bottom path.
Interesting. They're going to pair both defenders down here. I mean, it's not an easy path to deal with, to be fair. They're both very strong, but trying to limit what they can do on the side of the Azumarill. No surprises. It's going to be the Tyranitar and the Inteleon taking the central areas.
They are able to take down Snorlax early, which is interesting. And we do have Azumarill already at level 4. They're going to take a page out of Nacho's book and try to go for the Aqua Tail here. Trevenant, though, the Phantom getting a 2 KO streak on a sliver of HP.
Listen, you put my bro back on the defenders that they're very comfortable on, and that is what happens. And now they've got the T-Tar up in this top lane, and Pupitar trying to see what they can do to get more experience. We know how much it needs. Right now, Ultimate are trying to limit it as they dive on in with the Lucario. It's going to be E-Speed here, pushes them back and finds the KO onto the poor Goodra.
You don't really see a lot of players who play a Decidueye and then the next game play a Trevenant in the competitive scene. So it is interesting, if nothing else. They do have that carry build on with the Curse, just dealing some pretty consistent damage. And we do have Azumarill just trying to poke a little bit, be as annoying as possible. One of the strengths of Azumarill is just always doing damage and always being able to get out. But Ultimate does want to extend their early game lead, so they're in the enemy central area. Pupitar is still only level 5, so only Greg can really do anything about this right now on the Azumarill.
Rezu is going to get away. Greg is going to try and see if they can hunt them down. Not able to do so just yet. I still can't believe Rezu's got the Inteleon here. It's one of the strongest Pokemon. I can't wait to see those snipe shots come through. So right now, despite the fact that the Victory Road have been finding some really important KOs and getting a good amount of pressure on, Ultimate are the only ones that have scored some points here, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting on decent pressure, as much pressure as you'd expect a composition like this to be able to put on. Big Horn Leech there will catch the Machamp, forces the eject button out. No KOs are found, but look at this Trev, level 7, nearly level 8 here, about to tick into it right now. It's level 7:20 on the clock. Look at the Goodra trying to fight Rezu by themselves here.
Oh, I tell you what, it might connect as well as they try to find the Darkrai. Luckily, though, the Azumarill does come for the assistance. Goodbye, Sliggoo sent back as they do manage to find that KO, and now the Regidrago still hasn't been taken. It's at the 7-minute mark. We've got first objectives about to come on in. But I mean, if we do look at the Victory Road's comp, it's very late game here.
Yeah, they just have so much experience that they need to be able to get, and Ultimate is too good a team to let them. 194 points now, breaks the tier 1 goal zone. Big, nice full heal there from Lucario, just to make sure that they don't get put to sleep by the Darkrai. They will have to use the Aura Cannon to get out, but they will pretty easily.
It's a beautiful hollow-air on that Lucario, though. Some of the one of the best, in my opinion. I love the way it looks right now, though. The Victory Road are not loving the way this looks. They need more experience still, as we're about to hit the 6-minute mark. It's 196 to a fat goose egg, 201 to the goose egg at the moment. As Ultimate, they're going to take any weakness they can find and punish it here.
I wonder if we will see Ultimate go push into the tier 2 goal zone here of the Victory Road. They have all 5 members starting to move forward. 3 Unite moves on their side. And the Victory Road is just so far behind. They got to set everybody down here to try to defend. 15 points will go in to start us off. And here comes the Unite move from Inteleon.
Yeah, there's the Exert by Vision looking for the crit. Really good effort from Greg, though, to get back there. They haven't found the KO, but here comes Godzilla. The Kaiju is on the field, and they've got the Tyrannical Rampage, but they get crowd controlled out of it as Ultimate find the answer. Not scared about that one. Godzilla sent back into the ocean as Ultimate Connect break the tier 2 pad with 307 points to 25.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what the T-Tar can do here because of the amount of CC provided. Look at that, even just there, they have a little bit of hindrance resistance, but it doesn't matter. They just got knocked up 3 times by this Trevenant in the span of like 2 seconds, trying to deal with this tree by themselves. Another Horn Leech will come out for a little bit of healing. Another Horn Leech! It's 3 here, and here comes the Aura Cannon. Will hit 1. Machamp is down and still not even level 9. E-Speed coming out, will find a second, make it 3. That's a Nachos triple KO, and the other members of the Victory Road who are still standing are just going to have to walk away.
I gotta say, I mean, we kind of expected how this game was going to go. We are now seeing the Victory Road get their late game Pokemon online, but Ultimate are just having fun with it here. They're absolutely toying with the Victory Road, sat in the central area where, you know, pretty deep in it. They've broken the entirety of this bottom lane. They take the Regirock here. They're going to have advantage with the Regieleki about to spawn in, Husky, and it's going to be before at the 4-minute mark. Might even extend it a bit.
Yeah, did we have a Machamp yet? We finally do have level 9 on that Pokemon, so we do have access to a Barrage Blow. They're going to potentially look for this Regieleki here. They do not want it to go to the base, but we have a lot of goal zones taken from the Victory Road and no goal zones taken from Ultimate just yet. Regieleki getting very low. Snipe Shot will come through for this block, and it is going to be the Machamp to take it. First objective secure in the game for the Victory Road.
Bro, that one ended up being like RNG who was managing to lock that in. They have got a lot of damage onto it here as well. Submission's going to come through. Champ Cena can't find the KO onto Nachos, though, as they get a triple for their efforts. Tita just gets away with a Snipe Shot in the back as well.
Everybody level 10 right now on the Victory Road. 10's all the way across. T-Tar just ticks into 11, but it's going to be a rough hill to climb here on Victory Road. Embarrassing Snipe Shot miss up there from Resu. Wow, this guy sucks. No, I'm kidding. Imagine he misses one farm Snipe Shot. Regidrago is now spawned, and there's a Snipe Shot hit, finally. It's like he hasn't hit a single Snipe Shot all game.
Like, no wonder they let Rezu take the Inteleon here. They're not even concerned not finding those snipe shots. Trevenant takes the Regidrago. I mean, Ultimate have just been dominant. Level 14s here across the boards on that Inteleon and that Lucario. 13 we've on the Qatar, sorry. It's pretty comfortable for Ultimate here. Victory Road, they know this has to be the fight that they win, but the levels difference, it's just too much, Husky.
Yeah, and these snipe shots, like, there's nothing that could even go in and get this Inteleon. Like, you have a speedster, but it's not really a speedster, and nothing can do anything about it. And when the snipe shot tanks, like, hits your tanks for half of their HP, there's not too much that you can actually do against it. But Groudon spawning in the central area. Every single goal zone is down for the Victory Road. And they have only scored 25 points, so even if they do get the Groudon, they will also have to KO every single member of Ultimate, and probably even score multiple times if they want a chance in this game.
Yeah, I do want to write a letter to Victory Road here and be like, can you just explain what the plan in this game was for me? Because it honestly feels like they just want to take this to a game 3. Ultimate, they have all control here. Oh my god, again, Pool just gets hit with that. They have to go into Worst Nightmare here up against Qatar. We'll see how that one comes out as we try and sprint in on the side of Meatball. Doesn't find it though. The block from Snorlax is huge. Blitz assistance is going to come through as Ultimate are trying to fight down in the central area. We still have the fight going on between Darkrai and the Trevenant, but a Thirst by Vision is going to be popped. Rezu finds the KOs. Meatball stuck in the middle here. Goes with the Tyrannical Rampage. Oh, the snapshot connects Husky into the face of the Victory Road.
Oh, the Machamp couldn't do anything. They were coming in looking for a big barrage blow and got a snipe shot to the head instead. And they will be respawning here, but, you know, not too much Victory Road can do. They can't even get in time to take the Groudon. I think it's going to be Lucario who takes that one snipe shot, almost one-shots this Tyranitar, who is going to look for an opportunity to score. But at this point, it really doesn't matter. And to your earlier point of why did they play like this, I think it was on purpose. They didn't like that Ultimate would kind of troll them in the first game, so they figured they would, you know, waste their time a little bit. That's honestly what I think. It was an ego thing, I do have to say.
I think you're right. I definitely think you're right. I mean, I don't know though. I mean, take the higher road, come into this and beat them in game 2. Do you know what I mean? That would have made a much bigger statement. But hey, they want to have a bit of fun, and if anything, it means we get more Pokemon Unite. Maybe they saw that those other 2 games went to game 3, and they kind of have to keep the streak up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would have been a game regardless of if they trolled or not. I think, you know, Ultimate would still have a really, would be in the advantage, in the advantageous position, regardless. So I don't think it was needed, and the ego thing is, you know, not my favorite. But that means we might get to see one actual game for game number 3.
A serious game, Ghatlue. That's what we're hoping for. Give us your opinion on that one, mate.
I mean, I feel like I was trying to analyze what was going on, but the moment I realized that they didn't even know how to play at that character's strength, I kind of gave up on it. Because the problem is, you're playing a composition that is very greedy in XP, and then you are not prioritizing the lanes properly. Like, Azumarill is really good at ganking, right? So something you could do is like send Azumarill jungle and gank top lane Tita, or Tita stay spot lane, move Darkrai, like anything like that, right? But the way they set up the early game just meant that they will lose, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we felt like that was the case. Maybe we just move on pretty quick with it. It was that's just the way that the game went. What I am upset about, though, Husky, is that whilst we haven't had any triple Regices here, we were so close to a triple Regirock in that one.
Yeah, I know. I think that's the most important. I think that's the only actual meaningful thing to come out of that game number 2 is we almost had a triple Regirock. That wouldn't that have been a sight to see? I feel like we've had the triple Regice before. I haven't been able to see it, but I do believe it's about having the faith, even though that you can't see it. And it would have been great to pull a Regirock out of that waste of a time game number 2, but looking at these numbers, I mean, Ultimate was all over them in game 2.
I think something that you might keep in mind, like from an analysis point of view, is if you play these type of fun comps in a competitive environment in a tournament like this, do you have personalities that don't mind that? Do you have competitive personalities?
Yeah.
Because I can guarantee you that some of the teammates that they won the first game, they're very excited, so they went for this composition. But I hope that it like this stomp in a sense didn't affect them being prepared for the third game. Because right now they just gave Ultimate a free pass to have a strong and confident vibe to go into game 3, but they have to suck up the storm.
That's what it is, isn't it? Like, it's the mental side of things. Like, yeah, you're having a little bit of fun, but you hope that it hasn't impacted some players on your team much, because this is it. You've given Ultimate back the footing. We're now at effectively 0-0. The next person to win this game takes the set, and that's always an advantage that Ultimate will have with the players that they have. There's a reason they are currently 13-1 in this league.
Yeah, like, are you mentally there? Like, you can have as much fun as you want. It's supposed to be a video game. It's supposed to be fun, but can you handle the pressure when it comes back the other way at you? And, you know, you have to bring it, you have to really lock back in and take it somewhat seriously. Or, you know, if you are just here for fun and having a good time, then you can do that as long as you're proud of the way that you're playing and, you know, what your team has done. But we've already shown, like, this set has already shown that the Victory Road can do really well. They can beat this team who has been thought to be unstoppable for the entirety of EUL, and we've shown that they can be beaten. Crash Out GG took a set off them. Like, they can be beaten and you can do it, but, you know, a lot of it is that mental game of not only just staying mentally with it, but also, like, playing a little bit of mind games with them, trying to figure out what their strategy is, going for different unique picks without necessarily trolling. That makes them have to think a little bit harder.
Well, if anything, they want to keep us here for more Pokemon Unite action. We've got a Game 3 coming on up, chat. And looking at the bans, I don't expect them to change in any way, shape or form, but I do expect Ultimate to go back to their tried and tested comps here, and I would not be surprised, Ghatlue, if we see some of that Zorak Comfey coming out.
I think something that is maybe forgotten is that they got the first pick after losing, so now Victory Road has the first pick again, and being first pick, I think, is a very good advantage that you have. While the second pick has the last pick option to counterpick the entire enemy comp, the first pick has the option to draft a composition with a strong Pokemon, like Snorlax, etc. So if you start banning something like Suicune and the enemy's counterbid with Hoopa, then you can decide if you want to go for an open draft or ban another strong Pokemon and then take one away. Because it kind of always depends on back and forth. How do you react towards what they ban? So what can you get from what they ban, in a sense?
Yeah, it's that knowing how to sort of, you know, build your comp and also counter pick. I think that's probably the biggest thing for teams, isn't it? In a competitive setting, is so many times we say this game was won or lost during the draft phase. I think that's probably one of the biggest things that people can take away from these kind of tournaments, Husky.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think the draft is, I always say this, but, you know, one of my favorite parts of the game and casting the game, because there is so much that goes into draft. At the highest level, you can't just play what you like or what you're good at. Like, you could be the best Zoroark in the world, and sometimes you just can't pick that Pokemon. It's not going to be the right move in terms of counters or like playing into specific types of moves. You have to read what the enemy team wants to do. Like, sometimes you can bait out specific picks from them so that you can get what you actually want. It's a really interesting part of the strategy where you do have a second to think beyond micro pressing my buttons in the right order. Like, you are thinking about the game holistically during that time, and it is just really interesting to see how teams approach it, because yeah, sometimes you get baited into picks, or you don't have enough time to think of a strategy to counter what the enemy team has, and you end up in a suboptimal position right from the start. But it looks like we are getting ready to pull up this draft here. Game number 3, the third game number 3 of the day.
Oh, it's going to be the theme of the day as we have a look at these bans. It's going to look like, a slight change here, Ghatlue, as we have the Blissey coming out with a ban for Victory Road.
Yeah, first pick for Victory Road and second pick for Ultimate. Ultimate deciding to ban the buzzword. And I think something that is like kind of confusing is when you play like normal ranked, there's 3 bans where you have a voting system, while here you have 2 bans only without the voting system. So in the future it might be 3 bans, and having 3 bans in Pokemon Unite is gonna be devastating for some of these players who are like 1 or 2 tricks.
I honestly hope they bring that in sooner rather than later. I loved it, Husky. I know it needed a little bit of tweaking for it to be competitively viable, but we definitely need that extra ban.
Oh, I agree 100%. I think there's so many Pokemon on the roster, so that means that there's so many Pokemon that are good. And if they continue adding Pokemon at the pace that they're adding them, you're not going to see those new Pokemon. You're not going to have the opportunity to like market the game from that standpoint either. So I think it would be great to see more bans. And it looks like Victory Road does have a sub for the game number 3. So Ryan is subbing out for, and I don't know who this player is, but they're subbing out for Cesar in game 3.
That's interesting as well, because Cesar's absolutely massive for the Victory Road and usually takes those all-rounders, and now you've got what looks like to be the ranged attacker here. They are taking the Comfy, though, on the side of Victory Road, probably trying to sneak that away from Ultimate Ghatlue.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because they like swap their their players that essentially play the character, but I guess they also have like a good buzzword there in their sleeve, so they're banning it. Not just really likes Zeraora, and I'm assuming that because he saw the Comfy, he's predicting a Zoroark Comfy, and Zeraora historically was really good at the Zoroark Comfy, so picking up the Zoroark still after seeing the Zeraora is a bold move. But if he feels confident on it, he plays a different moveset, so this might be a game changer. We are seeing the Phalanx being picked up. I think the Phalanx is fine, because you don't really see a lot of damage from Ultimate, or characters like Blaziken, who can kind of abuse the Phalanx, so I do believe that the Phalanx can work.
Interesting, right? I mean, it's got one of my favorite Unite moves to say with the Dust Devil formation, or, just let it rip with Beyblade, but we never see Phalanx on the field, so this is such an interesting comp coming out from Victory Road.
It might be pretty decent. Like, I know, like, Phalanx, like, I see it and I'm like, oh, okay, like, great. But I think that Phalanx could hold its own against the 3 defenders on the other side. And 2 of those defenders are not playing as defenders. So there's not a ton of damage coming out from Ultimate. So Phalanx might be able to do pretty well. What's going to be interesting here is this Mew, because there's nothing that can outrange the Mew on the other side. So if the Mew stays protected, it could have a really, really high damage game. But can it do enough to actually rip through how tanky this team is?
That is the question. I mean, at least it looks like we're having a serious game coming into this 3rd one, and let's see where it goes, because Ghatlue, it does seem like Ultimate, when they're on the back foot, they are even more scary than what they're like with getting into this from a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, every team that like is very strong and losing one game, they're just gonna wake up. Like, if they don't wake up, they're gonna lose, and they know that. So this is just something you earn by like playing a lot competitively.
Here we go. It's our 3rd game 3 of the day. Husky, Victory Road are going to take the purple side. It's going to be the Zoroark taking the central area. Ultimate on your orange side, with Zeraora doing the same.
And we're going to have the Zoroark Comfey on the Victory Road, the team that we wouldn't expect to necessarily take the Zoroark Comfey. I'm also interested to see how this attacker Slowbro does in the bottom path. I remember, like, so long ago that used to be a thing. I don't know if you remember that, but, like, for a second there, like, Scald Bro attacker was, like, actually a competitive thing. So, I mean, like, I don't hate it here. It does get that secure there. It's already level 4.
That it is, and that's going to be strong for them in this bottom lane, and they need it, to be fair. Suicune Mew is not an easy lane for you to deal with. In the top side, though, Zoroark is already going to come on in. Nacho's rotating to the bottom, or seeing what's around as they quickly try to find Zoroark.
Yeah, they're going to send the Zeraora up into the top path potentially. It looks like Zoroark is starting to move in, and, it's pretty easy for a Zoroark to start snowballing, but here comes the Zeraora. Big stun there on the Zoroark, so Zeraora will be able to take down 2, but Zoroark will get out.
Alrighty, so 22 points going from the Victory Road. They do have that advantage, but Ultimate here looking to see if they can respond in kind, and they find the KO. They do manage to take down the Zorak. Phalanx struggling here as well, gets pushed aside by Rezu, and now Ultimate answer with their own points to take a quick lead.
Yeah, the Phalanx not quite able to do it just yet. It does scale pretty well if it gets enough experience, so I would love to see that happen for this Pokemon, but we're not quite there. Hoopa now heading up into the top path. Phalanx, look how much damage it's taking, even from just a Wartortle. It unfortunately just can't really do much of anything right now.
It's kind of left to fend on its own as well, which is not really the position it wants to be in right now. Zorak is going to come up into that lane and see what assistance they can provide. Regidrago is in here. Mephil trying to see if they can find a KO onto Mbok. Looks like they're going to get themselves away. A good Astonish for the stun does exactly that.
Yeah, this is interesting here. The Zoroark unfortunately missed the full combo of Night Slash there, but we also do have a Sweet Kiss on the Comfey, just to make sure that they stay close to the Zoroark so that it can hit its Night Slashes. But, I mean, that move just takes a long time to set up, and Zeraora does not.
I mean, just dancing with it here, trying to bait out the sort of lack of getting them back early on the Comfey, just trying to limit them getting back into the lane so quickly here. Phalanx trying to put up a defense. Here comes Mephil ready to pop on off, and there's a Plasma Gale coming out so early at the 7-minute mark as they manage to find that KO. Ultimate now seem to be getting to that stage where it begins to be a little bit unattainable for Victory Road.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point already where it seemed like the Zera's doing too good, and it's just kind of over at this point. That being said, though, the Mew has done well in the bottom path. They have reached their level 8, and they have a good secure. So if they can get this Regirock, you can see them come back in this game. The Mew is able to get that secure, the little naked Mew with no clothes on. How indecent of them in the bottom path, moving toward a potential push here.
Especially because there's so many stunning Hollow-Airs for the Mew. It's ridiculous. If anything, they need to go and leave this game right now and find themselves one of those stunning Hollow-Airs. But Ultimate are trying to keep control of this. Regidrago is on the field, though. Victory Road are going to go for the rip and the secure. We did see Rezu try and get close enough for it. Not able to find it. So at least from an experience point of view, Victory Road are keeping up, if not managing to take a slight bit of a lead.
Yeah. We've got 6 minutes now on the clock. And the top objective, the Regieleki, has not been taken just yet. Phalanx does also not have its Unite move, and Ultimate just seems to be running away with this game. Another Plasma Gale comes out. Phalanx doesn't stand a single chance as another 2 KO streak coming down for Nachos.
I mean, hoping for a better effort in the later game seems Victory Road. They still need these Unite moves ready to go. They're lacking all of them realistically. I mean, you do have Mews there, but now you've got some damaged ones at least. A Dust Devil Formation and Nightfall Days, but Ultimate may have done a little bit too much to take the early game here. They managed to take the Regieleki as well. Victory Road looking to see if they can find some KOs down here. Boosting comes through. Still doesn't find the Crustle though. Ultimate showing themselves to be unbreakable here. They do get back through the portal, and Hooper doesn't even go down.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good Sweet Kiss, but not enough to pull everybody out of the Hoopa portal, so they still did do a lot. Big Infinite Ice Spikes from the Suicune will take down one. Ejects onto the Slowbro, but they're prepared for it. They're not able to do anything with it. Big Solar Beam, but still, the Crustle's Unite move comes out, and it's doing enough damage to the Pokemon around it where Suicune ends up going down.
Now they're going to see if they can try and take on this Zeraora. Plasma Gale comes through. Phalanx is gone. And Comfey has to hop off, find a target to get themselves back onto. But Nacho's proving how dominant they are on this Pokemon. Ultimate putting up the walls. There goes the roll call as they pull the rest of the team through. Looking for the KOs here. Not even bothered about breaking that pad realistically. They are going to do so anyway. Suicune sent back. And the Victory Road are desperate for experience here.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Phalanx pick was again Troll. I don't know what it really does, and it hasn't done a single thing here. Almost level 14 on this Zeraora at 4 minutes, and over a 300-point lead for Ultimate. They can just kind of do whatever they want on the map right now, and it is kind of, you know, really unfortunate to see after Victory Road had a really solid first game. It just doesn't really seem like they're even trying.
No, and it's a shame because honestly, after the first game, so brilliant. It felt like, you know, they could have done the impossible here and actually put up a fight against Ultimate. I mean, we are seeing some response in points here at least, but it's the fact that at this 330 mark, again, Ultimate has broken every goal from Victory Road.
Already, and it's not even close to the end of the game yet. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Another Plasma Gale comes out. 2 members of the Victory Road are already down. Dust Devil formation hangs on by a thread, but still gets nothing done. Surprise, surprise. And everybody taken down in that fight by Ultimate. And they're going to be able to send a base Regieleki at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, this is tough. Victory Road have no choice, realistically, but to answer to this. I mean, Ultimate, if they want to be cheeky, can even extend this a little bit, but it looks like they're just going to go for the rip and allow Victory Road to have to deal with that. Any points scored into the home goal here. We're getting to the stage right now, Husky, that the final objective is not going to matter. If you are over 500 points in the lead, realistically, just go score in the home pad.
Yeah, I mean, they also have a Hoopa. You know, they can just do whatever they want at this point. And unfortunately for me, Phil, I don't know if they've hit a single Night Slash combo where they've actually landed all of the dashes. There's so much CC on Ultimate with these 3 defender Pokemon that it just hasn't really made much of a difference that the Night Slash has been the choice for this Zoroark for the past couple games that we have seen it. 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and everybody on Ultimate is just hanging out in the central area. And just like you said, Tano, everyone seems to want to completely ignore Groudon. Couple points going in here, the home goal zone from Ultimate. There is some counter scoring going on, but, you know, at this point, it doesn't really do much.
No, the thing is, like, they've scored the points now of Ultimate. They've still got a couple of 50s. Nachos dives straight back on out of that. There go with the endless ice spikes. We don't yet see the Let It Rip coming through. They are in the middle of trying to deal with Mbok here. Pool does Let It Rip finally, but they don't even go onto the side of Mbok. They're chased down by Nachos and sent straight back to Nurse Joy. And with that ace, Ultimate are looking to take this set.
I mean, that's kind of what happens with Phalanx. Like, it can hold its own for a second in a 1v1, but the second you've got something else that is nearby, it just kind of dies, unfortunately. So not too much they could do in that situation. We do have a Mew Unite move, but that's the only one available right now, trying to stop Ultimate from scoring any more points. But at this point, the Victory Road doesn't have a chance. They're not going to be able to get Groudon and score enough points in time.
So, Ultimate are going to progress on through with this 2-1 victory. I mean, most people were expecting that. I think most people expected a 2-0 victory, to be fair. So, you know, a fair shout-out to Victory Road managing to take the first one. But then it kind of went off the rails from there. Ultimate are going to continue up in the winners bracket, and they're coming up against next set that we've got. Cannot wait to see it. But they are continuing to be the team to beat here in EUL.
Yeah, they are going now, keeping that record up where they've only lost 1 set. And though they did drop game number 1 of this set, it feels like they kind of meant to here. And they will move on in our winner side bracket. That's not it for Victory Road. They still have time to come back in this tournament, but Ultimate remains your team to beat.
Okay, so that's the end of that. Thank God for that. Let's get ready for the next set. Ghatlue, come on in, buddy.
Let's just move on.
Give us your opinion, mate.
I mean, it's definitely, like, I think something that you have to keep in mind when you play with specific subs or like choosing your subs. Because we had to sub out our player, and it always depends on if the sub can play every role, can fit in the team, and it benefits. And like I said earlier, the confidence that Michiel had in the first game, you couldn't see it in the third game. Not a single kill, not a single Night Slash combo hitting. So compared to this game, I think Ultimate just drafted both games really well into the enemy composition, choosing to play Starbro as the last pick against Zoroark, who is the main scary part of the comp. I believe that Phalanx should have played Iron Head instead of, I forgot the other ability, but it doesn't really do much against the enemy comp, and Iron Head can reposition to stop Hoopa portals and also potentially one-shot the Zeraora.
It's a bulk up, right? Is the other one?
Yeah, wait. Okay. Bulk up is the first ability. Hey, let me check.
I forget. I
don't play
haven't seen
Phalanx,
a
bro.
Phalanx in so long. I only remember Dust Devil formation because Tano said it.
It's been 84 years since we've seen a Phalanx on Sky Ruin.
Yeah.
And I much prefer to call it a Beyblade even rather than Dust Devil formation as
Yeah,
well.
the
I don't
Beyblade.
remember any of those moves.
Yeah, he was playing Mega Horn, no retreat, but I think beat out
yeah.
Iron Head is much better against the enemy comp that because you can reposition, you have a lot of damage. Your level 6 power spike is
Yeah.
nice. You can hop around with the comfy. So it's just at the end of the day, this is what the Victory Road decided to go for. I believe that mental was a thing. I don't think Miffy felt comfortable in that last game, and
I mean, to be fair, the scenes of the Kunfei nearly doing the same amount of damage as the Crustle was pretty good. But outside of that, we will get ready for the next set, chat. We have
All right,
got
let's
an
just
exciting
move on.
one. Let's just move on. We're gonna go and take a break. You go, forget about that set, grab yourself a snack. We're gonna be back very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. I can't remember what we just saw, Husky, but what I am excited for is Banana Peelers versus Verbs Esports.
Yeah, this should be a pretty good one to end out the day. Two teams that have really proven themselves throughout the EUL, and you were saying kind of backstage and earlier in the broadcast that Verbs Esports has become one of your favorite teams to watch over the past couple weeks. Like, they've really kind of figured it out. So yeah, this is going to be a fun one.
The thing is, Verbs Esports joined us in the EUL near the back end of the league. They ended up replacing Game Crash, and they found it difficult. They had, a couple of losses, but they were getting better and better. And the reason that I love them so much is that we've seen them play their best yet. And I love when teams manage to improve. Banana Peelers are who they're up against. A fan favorite here. We've got Tibi, Loritushi, we've got Jirawe, Ware, and Kree again on the field as well. A brilliant team here with plenty of accolades.
Yeah, really impressive team that has become a favorite of the chat and of us as well. And let's take a look at Verbs.
We've got Cesar here again, Silex, DJ, Fast, and Toppy. And very quickly becoming the fan favorite team, mine especially. I cannot wait to see where this set goes. And it's really anyone's game. Their group in general was a really difficult one to predict between, it was Banana Peelers with Do You Like Pineapple, and that they were so identical. Verbs Esports were what people were expecting to lose that group, and then they just upset the world with defeating Crash Out GG.
Here we go, draft game number 1 of the last set we will see today. starting off with likely a Suicune ban. Nope, they're gonna go ahead and ban the Slowbro, already surprising us.
I mean, it's got to be Toppy for a response there, doesn't it, Ghatlue? Toppy's so good on that Slowbro.
Yeah, I think that Toppy is one of the rare defender players that actually plays Slowbro. So shoutouts to him that actually likes to play Slowbro as a defender. Pretty solid bans from there. I'm excited to see if Mew is going to be a deciding factor. Because like we said earlier, or Husky mentioned, I didn't think the Mew did do as much in the previous game. So I think it always just depends on the Mew player, pretty much.
Interesting that Jiraiya is going to go for the Blastoise here. Usually they go for the Trevenant because they're so good on it. So already, that appeal has been a little bit unconventional. I
always forget, about Jiraiya, like how you say their name. And then I'm always like, Gerard Way. Like every time you say it, I'm like... I'm like, wait, when has he picked up Pokemon Unite?
He came back from the Black Parade already?
Yeah, like I thought that he moved to the EU and then... Anyway. Anyway, we do have the Snorlax, Alolan Raichu coming out. I feel like the Snorlax, or the Alolan Raichu, excuse me, is like a pick that can be picked very early, but it's not always good. Like, it's not always the pick that teams go with for attacker, but it is just really strong.
Oh my god, we've got Verbs Esports pulling out the Zoroark Comfy, and I don't think I've ever seen them do that, Ghatlue, so I cannot wait to see what comes out of this.
That's crazy. I really like this Serena. I think Serena is a Pokemon that has kind of been forgotten in this today's matches. So I'm hoping to see how this Serena performs. They're able to counter potentially the Zoroark and Comfy. However, it's a little bit rushed because like Clefairy is not the strongest early game, right? So they have like Blastoise Defender with Miraidon. Serena kind of needs like the Hooper playstyle, Eldegoss, Psyduck. But Clefable is good for team fights in general, and I do know that Rare really likes Clefable. So we're on a comfortable pick for Absol, and Buster going for the potentially Power Punch Lucario. I think both teams have pretty solid drafts. I think it comes down to Verb Esports accelerating the Comfy and Zoroark. They do not face as an order, so they can't get one-shotted. However, they need to be careful of the Absol and the Serena.
You are so right. Like these Serenas, we only see Tibby or Cascade play it realistically, and they are so good on that Pokemon. But Husky, looking at this, we've got 2 Rainbow comps coming out again, and how refreshing is it to have a very serious game here?
Yeah, it's nice. I took a sigh of relief here, seeing what these teams are picking up. I'm interested to see how this Absol goes, because Zoroark is a tough one for an Absol to have to pull out ahead against, and if Absol falls behind, it makes it a lot harder to come back in the second half of the game. But it is really, really extra difficult to pull ahead against Zoroark, especially when it's got that Comfey sitting on it.
Yeah, I'm excited for that matchup specifically. I think the 2 speedsters are going to be the things to keep a very close eye on. And will Laura, I expect it to be Pursuit, but will they go for the Psycho Cut? Will they go for the Sucker Punch, trying to see if they can, disrupt the combos coming out from the Zoroark? That's the matchup for me, Ghatlue, but it already looks like a very exciting comp from both teams, right?
Yeah, I believe that the early game is going to decide very hard how the game flow is going to go, because they drafted both really strong early game characters. The Raichu is going to be a potential trouble. However, I believe that Miraidon is actually a good choice into Raichu, since it outranges Raichu, and when Raichu just wants to come in, Raichu can't really go in because you have a Comfy that protects the Zoroark, and if the Comfy doesn't heal everyone, it's going to be a big trouble compared to the Clefable who heals the entire team, essentially.
I think Miraidon is one of those ranged attackers that just consistently does well, Husky. Like the Charge Beam and the Enhanced Charge Beam, but also the Unite move, we don't talk about enough. It's so good at sort of zoning out when these team fights are breaking through with that AoE damage it's got.
Yeah, Miraidon, I feel like we've seen it more today than I have in months. It was so good for a long time, and then it kind of fell off. It's not like it really got any really intense changes or anything like that, but it just fell off and teams stopped picking it up. But yeah, it looks really good today. But yeah, after a little bit of DC, here we go, game one.
Let's go. This is the final set of the day, chat. Banana Peelers versus Verbs Esports, and these lanes are looking very interesting. I think Lucario probably has a little bit of an easier one up in that top side.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the Serena really does need its stacks to be successful. And it looks like Clefable also stacking. They will get the first goal of the game. Now trying to get out here, and I don't know what they're doing back there. I think they just got the berries or something, but it looks like Serena's being chased down instead in the bottom path. Already nearly level 5 for this Miraidon.
That's pretty strong, and trying to keep up with that parry. As soon as that Alolan Raichu comes online, it's going to be much harder for them to control that bottom lane at least. Buster tries to see if they can get out of this, but Laura's trying to shut them down, coming in with the Absol. Pursuit comes through, doesn't find the crit they needed.
Yeah, Absol at level 5, gonna have to go up against this Zoroark who is sitting in the tall grass. We see the floral healing come out, so no surprise, Sweet Kiss here. And the Zoroark looking for an opportunity to go in, finds it, gets the feint attack going, and there goes Absol.
This is why the EU region does not like this Zoroark. It is devastating, and poor Tibby ended up in the face of it while they try and grab that bit of experience. So Verbs Esports, they come out on top with the Speedster battle at the moment, and that's exactly why they're trying to limit what Laura can do in this Absol.
Yeah, this is exactly how you have to play Zoroark. You get an early lead in the path, and then you just have to go and continue pushing. You have the Comfey, you have a little bit more protection, and the Absol can't have that kind of protection because Clefable also needs to build up their early game stacks, and unfortunately, the Zoroark can just kind of walk on everybody until they figure out a way to get back in this.
Manages to take that with the boosted as well. Luca's really taking control of Fire Sky Ruins at the moment. Verbs need to do something to respond. Laura is still looking for that second move realistically as they get ready to dive on in. But still, Verbs Esports, I'm liking the control that they're showcasing here. Banana Peelers having a bit more advantage in the top lane, but the rotations are on point here, Husky.
Serena does get a KO in the top path. That's going to be big for them to finally get a couple stacks in. It seems like Clefable has gotten a decent amount themselves, so those healing numbers are definitely going to be pretty big. We do have the Alolan Raichu now at level 7, so they have a lot of damage with those Electro Balls. And the benefit of the Electro Ball, I feel like, is really that you can set up plays. You can set up like plays with vision and just forcing enemies to walk into damage, whether they know it's there or not, which is why I really just prefer the Electro Ball here. But Regieleki getting taken pretty easily by Verbs.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Nightfall Days ready to go already. We have just seen 2 Unite moves for Banana Peelers, but they take that first objective. Blastoise finally on the field, though they're going to get absolutely slaughtered for it. Top lane, though, the Rip's coming through on the Regirock. Buster is there to see if they can secure it. Looks like Verbs wants to push this Lecky in, and they do. Regirock taken by Banana Peelers, but that pad has now been broken.
Yeah, gravity comes down for Clefable as well, which I really do like here into a lot of dashing that we see Verbs Esports Team Comp doing. So I think that's a really good call for them to go with that gravity. It can just disrupt. It can make the difference with a Zoroark combo being completed or not. Wow, big Unite move on top of the Serena. Zoroark stays alive somehow, but does have to go back to their pad.
I mean, nearly taking it down again after the healing coming from the Comfy Unite move. That was a good effort from Banana Peelers. And oh my god, Zika's dived in again. Are they going to get away? Yes, they do. The healing comes through. Banana Peelers, if they committed a little bit more to that, would have found the KO. But wisely, they are going to go for the retreat here, knowing that that Raichu was ready.
172 to 129. It's felt like Verbs Esports has had a huge advantage so far, but Banana Peelers has kept up in terms of score, and they maintain about a 50-point lead here as no objectives currently on the map, so both teams just kind of figuring out where each other are and where they might be able to pick up some experience. But Zoroark and Serena now both level 11, as well as Absol, so somehow Banana Peelers has really stayed in this, if not pulling ahead.
Yeah, allowing Tibby to be uncontested for all that farm in the top lane is a very risky move by Verbs Esports. Tibby is a brilliant all-rounder player, a brilliant Serena player, and allowing them to get levels and points uncontested is not a smart move, as Banana Peelers look to push this T2 pad here, and they actually break it, Husky. They do end up landing on the Zorak, but wisely decide, I'm not taking that fight. Bottom objective is up here, and Verbs Esports still haven't gone for it.
That was a great gravity on the Lucario as well to make sure that they could push that goal zone. And I think they've realized, like, there is no point in trying to just go take down this Zorark when we know where they are. We know how a Zorark plays the game, and we know that we can go push a goal zone instead, so we may as well just do that. But Sports might have the same idea here. Regieleki walking towards the tier 2, but no, they're just going to back off, force them to have to deal with the Alecki, and look for Regidrago.
Yeah, they're going to hope to secure that, but Tibby is ready to dive in and take it themselves. The rest of Banana Peelers is now here, and they do manage to find the Alodum Raichu. Hydro Typhoon's going to come on out with that zone in. Aura Cannon comes through as well. Power Nap here for the disruption, but can they find the secure on the Regidrago? No, they're zoned on out, and it looks like Banana Peelers gets it uncontested, despite Verbs trying to use the Alecki as a distraction to take that secure.
Yeah, it seems like in the mid-game, the Zorak is starting to really struggle, especially with gravity. They can't really do too much at all. The floral healing, or the flowery fields forever comes out. The Zorak does have to use that Nightfall Daze as well. Looking for Absol, they will find them. That's a big pickup for Verbs.
Yeah, great difference there as they managed to find that one. Tibby trying to see if they can get the revenge onto them, but not able to. Buster has to run up the Flux Zone, and there we go. Bright Future Meteor Storm. Verbs Esports cannot defend that and have to allow it to be broken. Banana Peelers continue to extend their point lead here, looking for the boosted, and that gravity is all the difference Banana Peelers needed to deal with this Zorak. The boosted does come through, but Tibby's completely unfazed by it.
Look at the healing coming out from Clefable as well. I don't know if Verbs has enough damage to be able to deal with it. Plus, Banana Peelers comp loves to stand around that Clefable, so it can really position in a way to actually heal every single person, and there isn't much area effect on Verbs Esports besides, I guess, Electro Ball, but most of their moves deal with trying to catch out one member of the enemy team at a time. So the Clefable is really proving effective as we get closer to Groudon entering Thea Sky Ruins.
Both objectives are going to be on the field. Looks like Banana Peelers want to go for the top side here and go for that Reggie steal. That is not a buff that Verbs wanted to see for Banana Peelers to take. It means we get the trifecta as well with a Reggie Rock, Reggie Ice, and Reggie Steel on the field. Regieleki will be taken by Verbs Esports, but not much of a concern.
Yeah, it really seemed like Verbs Esports had it going in the first part of that game, but Banana Peelers was able to bring it back. Meanwhile, Groudon now hits the map, and Verbs Esports is over 100 points behind. Regieleki does go in, but it doesn't look like they want to go for it here. Zorak considering it, but they find Clefable. Blastoise also doing a little bit of poke with that rapid spin. It looks like Banana Peelers is pushing it.
They are. I'm not sure if that's the wise thing to do, though, although they may have been able to find Zorak here. Nightfall Daze is going to come through. There is the Thunderstorm Aerial as well as the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Banana Peelers have managed to at least back up the Zorak, but the KOs are coming on through. Lucario goes down, but so does Absol. And right now, they're not able to stop Zorak as they come through with a boosted. Clefable takes the Snorlax, and with Tibby saying kneel to the Zorak, they find the KOs they were looking for. And DJ, all they can do is keep at a distance and hope they can get some secure.
Somehow Serena still had their Unite move as well to be able to take that down. Lucario looking for an opportunity to jump in, but that's so much damage coming down from the stomp that doesn't matter. Serena can just zone on their own. Another big stomp will take down Alolan Raichu. Not much they can do here. Snorlax almost comes in with a big heavy slam, but no, it's gonna be the Blastoise taking the Groudon for Banana Peelers.
Alrighty, I mean, they've got 45 seconds left, but I think with these Groudon buffs and how dominant they've already been, Blastoise gets a Hundo Burger in the home pad, and Banana Peelers are going to extend the lead here. It was a brilliant effort from Verbs Esports, but Banana Peelers proved to be too much. The counter play that they had to that Zorak was devastating.
Yeah, Verbs Esports had such a strong start, but in the end, Banana Peelers did a great job of handling it, and yeah, that's a great game number 1 for Banana Peelers. 1-0, they will go up here in our EUL playoffs.
Oh, I tell you what, that was a brilliant battle between them both, and I can't wait to see how Verbs Esports are going to respond, because the counterplay was brilliant from Banana Peelers, but they still managed to, get some really important KOs and at least bring it quite close in that final battle, but it just felt like as soon as Groudon was on the field, Ghatlue, Banana Peelers had control.
Yeah, I definitely think that Banana Peelers had their footing the entire game. But it was really fun to see Verbs Esports Zoroark Comfy work out, especially in the early game. I feel like he was good at controlling the early game and keeping space for the team. At the end, I think that Buster kind of fell off because he was only level 11 at the 2-minute mark. So there's something you have to step up with XP control, really Drago. And because the objective was on regular key bot lane, they just prioritized, Banana Peelers prioritized the top lane objective, which was Reggie Rogue, Reggie Ice, and Reggie Steer, which gave them so much XP for the end of the game.
Look at the healing numbers on that Clefable. Husky, we're putting in a shift for their team.
Yeah, Clef just looked so good in that game. There was just able to be so many opportunities to heal so much of the damage that was coming out. It really just didn't seem, even though we saw 82k damage come out from the Zoroark and 64k from Alolan Raichu, the Clefable just healed all of that right back up. It really didn't seem like they were making a dent.
Oh, I mean, yeah, 100%. And Tibby so strong on the Serena. We mentioned, or at least Ghatlue, you mentioned, we don't see much Serena. It's kind of forgotten about, but whenever Tibby is on it, it's always a fantastic show. And I think leaving Tibby in the top lane to get all those stacks and kind of be unregulated was a bit of a risky move from Verbs.
Yeah, I think something that I was mentioning in the beginning was the Comfy versus Clefable. The Comfy is able to support at least one character, fully. But when you draft Snorlax and Raichu in the beginning, I look forward to have a Raichu carry, having a Blizzy or Eldegoss enabling the Raichu. And this is not something that the Comfy was doing. The Raichu was always back in the corner, and the Mirana just doing a lot of damage, so Raichu was struggling so hard in this game.
That is a tough one. I mean, Raichu is such a strong ranged attacker, but if you can't give it that assistance, it's tough to get going with it, Husky.
Yeah, it definitely is difficult to... Did you like my comment?
I did. I very much did.
Anyway, I think it's going to be difficult for Verbs to, find their footing here. If they couldn't pull ahead in the early game after the Zoroark really get it started for them, I'm not sure what else they could possibly do besides try to prevent Banana Peelers from coming back. But this time they do have first pick going into game number 2, so that potentially gives them more of an opportunity to set up a comp that they want.
Let's see what they're going to go with regarding the bans. Clefable is going to be taken out here. Maybe that hints at what else they want to bring.
I think something that has changed so much in the course of the Unite history or competitive environment, there's so many Pokemon. We forget about Latios existing. There's so many Pokemon that you can actually play that are viable, but nobody really brings out because there's always a limited champion pool, issues in the team, whatever. So that's why tier lists or meta tier lists always help to have an understanding what is actually good, what can you play. For example, when you play Ho, you have such a different playstyle. And I mentioned it earlier in the chat. I kind of miss the Doldrew. I haven't seen any Doldrew player.
Yeah, I think I'm with you because whenever we do see Dodrio, it's usually so good, but we haven't seen it for a while here in the EUL. And as you mentioned, that's probably why we're seeing some of these ranged attackers, especially Miraidon, doing so well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I would like to see a Dodrio, but Ghatlue, not everybody is as good on it or as confident on it as you are, so maybe they just don't really want to play it. We do have Snorlax coming back. And we do have the Blastoise also coming back. Currently it's wearing the EXP share, but I wonder if we will see the Defender Blastoise show up?
Sorry?
Nah, go on, Ghatlue. I was going to agree.
So the one thing is Blastoise XP share is fine, right? But his level 5 doesn't really have a power spike. It doesn't really do much in level 5. Of course you have the Hydro Pump, but you don't have the effective areas you see that Snorlax provides, cross, etc. So this is something I was criticizing about Blastoise. It is obviously really good in team fights, etc. And you need to have characters to enable it. So I'm kind of curious to see how the Venusaur and Blastoise works together against such a tough composition like Leodon and Snorlax.
Ooh, this is an interesting comp. Tibby back on that Serena, on one of their most comfortable Pokemon. Buster's going to bring out the Buzzwole. I like that. Good adjustment, because Laura is comfortable on this Zoroark. They don't even need a Comfey to be able to do what they want to do, but Ware is going to bring it out anyway. So, interesting, because Kree looks like they're going to go for the Venusaur here, Husky, and it just means that it doesn't have that much protection.
Yeah, I mean, so Zoroark, Comfey will swap sides here in game number 2, and the question is, can Banana Peelers be more effective on it than we saw on Verbs in the previous game? What's going to be interesting here is this Buzzwole. I feel like that's a pretty good counter to a Zoroark if it does hit its combo, but at the same time, you've got Tibby on the Serena again, which I do agree has been a sleeper pick throughout this entire tournament, and the players who play it can really be effective on it.
Ghatlue, give us your opinion. Looking at the comps here, who do you think is going to be able to take this?
I mean, it kind of depends on how Banana Peelers is gonna execute the Zoroark Comfy. But again, if I see Zoroark Comfy with a Zeraora, it's scary. You saw Nachos literally obliterate the Zoroark player with the Comfy on it the entire game. So it kind of depends on how good or comfortable you are on predicting the Zeraora movement and being able to avoid being one-shotted.
Well, if Verbs are going to stick to the status quo, they're going to win this and we're going to go to another game free, Husky, or will Banana Peelers be able to do what would technically be the upset because they'd end up with a 2-0 win?
Yeah, that would be interesting to see another game number 3. I gotta make dinner. I'm a professor. I gotta prepare my class for tomorrow. When am I gonna go to bed? But yeah, so it's gonna be an interesting game for game number 2. Let's see what we've got here. We've got 2 Kanto starters now moving to the bottom path.
I like that. Does that give them some sort of buff? We'll find out as they try and see if they can get the secure here. They don't. Well, yes, they do actually. Johari takes it on the Squirtle.
Yeah, we've got now Snorlax running in. A lot of damage coming out from that Razor Leaf, or it is Razor Leaf, right? It's not. I don't remember. Really, Bulbasaur.
I think it is.
Regardless. Good amount of damage there coming out from that Bulbasaur. Almost takes down the Snorlax, so they do have to back up. Serena looking for opportunities to stack here. Buzzwole, if they had level 5, that Serena's so dead there, but only level 4.5, and here comes Zoroark.
Yeah, that's the power of that spike. They find both KOs there if they have that. Laura doesn't connect with that one just yet. Tries to put some damage onto Fast, but not connecting on that first one means that they don't get the combos off. 850s coming on in. Buster so close to that level 5. Manages to grab the experience. Eldegoss on the field. And super power is going to come through as Buster looks for the KOs and DJ provides that ranged attack.
Yeah, level 5 now on the Buzzwole is definitely big for them. And we also are seeing Eldegoss once again, that's just been such a staple support for so many of these games. I feel like if you don't get Blissey, then you've always got Eldegoss as a really solid option that proves to be really good. Slow Smoke has to be used there, as well as the Illusion. Miraidon misses that Charge Beam hit there, so they aren't able to charge up that beam on top of the Zoroark.
Drago about to spawn on in. It's going to rotate to this bottom side. In the meantime, Banana Peelers are looking for some quick KOs. Boosted comes off. Doesn't manage to find the KO onto DJ just yet. Enhanced Charge Beam is going to burst on through. A huge amount of damage put onto Laura. Comfey is going to get them back to a healthy status. Jurare has to back on up. And right now, we're going to see Zika go for the rip onto the Regidrago. But Laura's ready. That bush section isn't there anymore. They've been spotted. Getting ready for the combos here. Will the boosted connect? No! It's taken by DJ.
Miraidon with a huge pickup there of that Regidrago. Now a 1-point game. Verbs Esports holding on to a little bit of the lead. Goes in with a big pull. Takes down the Wartortle. Eventually will take them down. But what a nice pull there with that Discharge Volt Switch.
Just another reason why Zeraora is such a brilliant Pokemon in this game. Those switches are so difficult because you get so displaced and it can completely ruin a team fight for the team. So brilliant effort by them. But right now there's 1 point between these two teams and they're looking for a little bit of experience. Right now Venusaur is not having a good game for it. You would expect to see at least that level of 7 through.
Zorark also just hitting every feint attack combo, just doing so much damage that Verbs Esports really can't keep up with at this point, but they have been able to keep up in terms of the score, and now Zeraora is level 9 heading down into the bottom path. Zorark doesn't have its level 9 yet, so they are a little bit ahead there, but that's a really good way to get close to your level 9 here, getting some KOs and picking up that basement objective. Zorark now very, very low, will have to back out.
Yeah, Banana Peel is finally getting the Pokemon online that they needed to, but they need some more Unite moves because we're not. I love the picture that's still on that Serena, by the way. I only just realized that it's not got that Serena picture on it.
Yeah, it doesn't have it. It's just going for it here. Buzzwole does get hit by a big solar beam that comes down, followed up by the Zorark. They will take that KO, and the Regieleki will likely be able to easily go over the Banana Peelers.
Gonna see if Fast can get up there fast enough. Not able to, as it is taken by Banana Peelers, and they can get pretty aggressive with it here because Eldegoss is the only Pokemon in the field. It does go in. Now they can get some more stacks in for this Zorark. Ready to go with a 30 dunk as well, but stays away from the Buzzwole. A jet button was used to keep out of that range.
I'm still just giggling at Bone Sweet level 10. So funny, dude. Like, it's got the Eviolite on, or what is it called? Is that what it is? Or the Everstone that makes it stay? I don't know. I don't play Pokemon, actually. It makes it stay. It's level 11 Bone Sweet here. But we do have the Zeraora hiding in the tall grass, looking for the Plasma Gale. Does draw the Nightfall. Daze here goes in, but the Zorark is getting very low. Will have to retreat. No, they don't. They go in, complete their Fate Attack combo. The Charge Beam is there, and they got hit by that last hit of Meteor Storm, but it doesn't matter. They just bowl through, pick up 3, and they're going to keep going.
Bro, talk about call an ambulance, but not for me. Thinking they were going to get that KO, and they just rebound with their own. Super Swole Slam's going to come through, find a KO onto the to the Blastoise, but Tibby will just score some points in that pad, and Banana Peelers extend their lead, and now they've got pretty much control over the levels as well, Husky. They are beginning to take control of this game.
Yeah, this is kind of what you'd expect to see out of the Zorark Comfey team comp. You can't take down the Zorark, and then you spend so much time trying to deal with that Pokemon that you forget that there are other Pokemon that will also take you down. So it is particularly interesting to see.
Right now, Banana Peelers are just going to grab their little bit of experience that's on their side. We've got an objective about to spawn in to this top lane. The entirety of Verbs Esports wants to show phase to it. They've got vision on where Blastoise is, but they've got to watch out for Zorark as they dive on through. Eldegoss gets KO'd as well. We do see Plasma Gale coming out. So many resources to try and take down Laura here, and it doesn't work, Husky, as the Hydro Typhoon connects. Verdant Anger on the flank, and Banana Peelers obliterate Verbs Esports.
It's a really smart play to be saving the Nightfall Daze for when the Plasma Gale also comes out. So the Zorark is not only able to avoid the knock-up from the Plasma Gale, but it also renders Zeraora kind of useless in a way, and that just makes for really good plays from the Zorark, and they're going to continue to go for it here. They jump in, and then you can't really do anything against a Solar Beam.
Ooh, I mean, this is risky, though. The Bright Future Storm's going to come down, buys the zone in. I think Banana Peelers have to retreat here. You're getting a little bit too confident and do manage to find some good KOs. Alright, goes in and gets 2, though, to be fair. That might have flipped this team fight completely around as they look to push in this Regieleki. They don't want to give over important experience, though. Beams come through. They connect with the Swole Slam. Doesn't find the KO, though, and it's a triple baby for Laura. The Lecky finally goes in. It was a risky plan, but Banana Peelers have the capability to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty dire for Verbs Esports. Zorark will have to use their illusion there. They jump in looking for a little bit more experience, but they are level 14, and the point lead is not small here for Banana Peeler, so they are looking to end this one in 2 games.
Yeah, and that confidently so as well. Right now, Verbs Esports know the only way that they win this is by winning the next team fight and trying to take this Groudon away. There is still 2 tier 1s up for Banana Peelers, which means it's easy to get scores in, at least easier if you do get that buff. But a Regirock means Banana Peelers are going to be even more defensive when they come into this fight.
and their levels are just so high up here. But we do have Groudon hitting the map, and it doesn't seem like Banana Peelers is quite ready, so Verbs Esports starts to put some damage on it, but Banana Peelers quickly recovers. So Solar Beams coming down here. A rock from this Groudon hits the Zeraora as well. Look at this Rapid Spin, just doing enough damage to force Verbs Esports out. Wow, what a Solar Beam. There goes the Venu with the Verdant Anger.
Having to use the power nap just to keep your team healthy is ridiculous there with the Buddy Barrier. Now they're trying to see if they can find the KOs. Kree still up in the back lane here. 1 HP in a dream for the Venusaur. They still get away. Verbs Esports go down one by one. They've only found Blastoise here. Laura looking to take down Buster, but that's not an easy task. They finally find it, but Verbs Esports have been annihilated. Elder Goss is the only one that can get back in this fight as Banana Peelers go for the fight here. Can they get a connection onto the ground? On the Secure is going to come through, and it is taken. Banana Peelers with 200 points in the lead and a minute left. Looks like they're going to take this with a 2-0 victory.
I wouldn't be surprised if Eldegoss somehow got a secure there, but great zoning out from Tibby on the Serena to finish it off. And with 47 seconds left, Verbs Esports can defend, but I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back to the other side with enough points nor enough time to be able to contest this one here. So this might be our first and only 2-0 of the day.
Both you and me are thinking, thank God for that, we can go eat and finally relax for the night. But it does mean that Banana Peelers will be coming up, I believe, against Ultimate in the next game, which is, that would be one heck of a set.
Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy here. Cloud Crash comes down, but what a set there. I mean, Verbs Esports did play very, very well. Like, we've seen just how much they have been able to improve over this league. And, you know, Banana Peelers still just a strong team that has done very consistently well. So they were really able to bring it here today in both of these games, but almost seven. I would love to see a 700 to 100, like just for the even numbers, but an even 700 to finish us off for the day.
Yeah, good effort by Banana Peelers. Ghatlue, it was an impressive showing by that team.
Yeah, I think Banana Peelers and Verbs Esports are both really good teams. I think Verbs Esports definitely stepped up their gameplay over the course of this league. So I'm very happy to see them perform. The one thing is always this analysis part, so I have to criticize. When the Buzzword got level 5, which was a really good thing, because obviously Steamy and Comfy aren't the best lane against Eldegoss Buzzword. The Midodon did rotate towards top lane, so both lanes were winning. But because the Midodon rotated towards top lane, the Snorlax was in a 1v2 situation where they got a lot of dunks in, and then the Venusaur was able to catch up on XP again, which was not the most effective thing that Verbs Esports was doing. And I think that over the entire course of the second game, Laura was playing it really well, where like negating the damage from Zeraora by using feint attacks to dash away from discharges, using ultimates like Husky mentioned. So very well played by Laura. And the endgame fight, I believe that Tibi is very, like, he doesn't press his ultimate instantly. He always waits, and then he has his ultimate for the last moment. So when they try to steal the objective, Tibi again decides to not move.
I do like that from Tibby. It's not used as like an engagement tool. They kind of just get into the fight and then wait for the right moment to use it. And you don't really expect that from a lot of Serenas, Husky. So many use it as an engagement tool.
Yeah, it's it's true. I think so. And taking a look at these numbers as well, I mean, I think I saw 17 KOs on that Zoroark, kind of ridiculous there. But like Ghatlue said, like sometimes planning your rotations is really super important. Even if you're winning both sides, like then you got to hold a little bit more to try to make sure that they can't catch back up. But what a game there for Banana Peelers, really cementing their win in the first part of these playoffs. And we have had a lot of fantastic games to watch today that have been really, they've been the highs and lows of Pokemon Unite in the EU region, I think.
Absolute facts. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure bringing all this action to you, chat. That was our last set of the day, but there'll be more action next week. I'm just waiting for production to confirm if we have a bracket update to bring you, because there we go. They are about to bring it on up, and we will see where things are going to be for the next set of action. I believe it's weekend. Yes, October the 11th. We have Ultimate versus Banana Peelers. That is going to be a fantastic set. The enemies are going to take on Pineapple. Oh my god, an even better set. And Verbs Esports versus Victory Road down there in the lower bracket. I mean, they've already managed to find themselves a sneaky win against the teams like Victory Road and the enemies. And Los Duros are going to take on Cafe de Martin, Husky.
Yeah, we've got some really, really fun and interesting matches continuing on. And, you know, next week is going to be the first time that we see teams start to get eliminated from the EUL playoffs. So this is really where some of these lower bracket teams are going to have to bring it. But a lot of exciting matches. I don't think the excitement is going to stop for these next couple weeks of the playoffs.
Oh, it's pretty hype. Ghatlue, what's your most excited game that you can see there, bro?
I'm really excited to see how Banana Pillars will face into Ultimate because Banana Pillars was like a team. I think they just did a great job at having vision control and making good decisions overall. There was some lack of decision making, and we were like, are they gonna make the push? But then they actually executed the push pretty well. So I hope they will keep the aggression on and just focus on good reviewing and being confident for that set.
I'm very excited for Victory Road Verbs Esports because Verbs Esports has already managed to defeat Victory Road in the 13th week. So that's either a little bit of revenge for Victory Road there or Verbs continuing with their success. And both of those make me very excited. But that's going to be it for today, chat. That is our playoff standing so far. We will be back next weekend, but we have plenty of thank yous to give. This wouldn't be possible without an amazing set of people behind the scenes. A huge shout out to our producer, Diallo, who's been in our ears the entire time and putting on an incredible effort for us. Our observers, Bina and Shivam, our admin, Yamin, and a special shout out for our emotional support that we've had in the chat the entire way. Night Error, Zara, and some Taylor Swift action there too.
Yeah, big thanks to everybody. Always thanks for having me, and always a thank you to Tano as well. I love getting opportunities to cast over here in the EU to keep up with what's happening outside of NA, because it is just an interesting dynamic that exists over in the EU region.
It's different for sure, and we've got to give a huge shout out to Ghatlue, of course, here on their channel and being able to provide us with that analysis, buddy. We all appreciate having you here on the mic as well.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate everyone. It's such a nice thing to be able to be part of this and just helping the community to grow as a community together and in the competitive scene. And I'm very happy to be back to analyze and just see how the competitive scene in Europe develops, because I'm looking forward to have a strong European team competing in the World Championship as well.
Absolutely. EU has to be the ones next year. I believe it. From what I've seen already in this off-season, it's been electric, chat. But we will be back next weekend, so get ready for some hype games. In the meantime, have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat, and we will catch you next week.